Good afternoon and welcome to the 2025 Nebraska State Fair Beef Cattle. This is our junior breeding heifer show. Looks like we have two judges, or is one of you a ring steward?
Johnny's the ring steward.
Johnny's going to be the ring steward today. Thanks for your assistance, John. Judging with us today is Curtis Dubit. First class here today is class 2402. These are senior heifer calves. We're starting with the Angus breed first.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we get started here with our Junior Open Heifer Show, we've got a really nice trio of Angus heifers here to lead off with. Young ladies that's going to go ahead and lead out comes in and kind of commands from the get-go there. Certainly the sound is structured. I think she's got the best laying angle of her shoulder. I think that heifer's the most flexible there in her hip and hind leg. You see her get out and travel with the most length and reach off of both ends of her skeleton. And then I think we stop and pose that heifer up. She's got the most balance and presence here from the profile. Shaped really nice as well. High quality female to go ahead and lead off with. Young lady here with the red hair that's going to be in second. I really like this one from her shoulder back. And truthfully, when you take and study the cattle down at the ground, she does plant her front feet square. I think she reaches with more squareness up front as well. That heifer's absolutely tremendous in terms of the depth of her heart, the turn she carries back into her flank. She's probably the stoutest one in terms of her muscle pattern as well. Certainly the most dimensional across her stifle. And I think her advantage over the one that's going to be in third is definitely that extra squareness she has from her hock to the ground. For me up front, that heifer's a little lower in her neck tie-in. She opens up there at the top of her shoulder. Just doesn't maintain quite as much femininity as the one that wins, but a nice heifer to sit there in second. Young man's that's going to come out into third, maybe a little more youthful and fresh through a front 1/3, probably tucked up better there in her chest, sets her neck higher and more proud there at the top of her shoulder. I don't know from there back, though, if we've got quite as much to her. I think that heifer's a little more refined, a little narrower and frailer in her bone work. Just change her ever so slightly there in her hip, loin, and square up from hock to ground. Good class to lead off with. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results in class 2402, senior heifer calves in your Angus division. First place goes to entry 1021, Laughlin's Galaxy 444, exhibited by Peyton Scott of Gordon, Nebraska. Second place, entry 1825, R.W. Sarah's Dream 414, exhibited by Melander Livestock of Belgrade, Nebraska. And third place, entry 1652, HERB Miss Fontaine 4095, exhibited by Jacob Warner of Allen, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got class 2404, summer yearling heifers.
Another nice pair of them here that come to us. I think the young lady's heifer here in the center of the ring, just a tremendous presence here, very striking from the profile, probably fresher all the way through, certainly in her chest and up in her neck as well. And I think these cattle come in the ring, and this heifer's just so much more comfortable and fluid in her movement, specifically neater and cleaner there in her hock joint and set more correctly in her pastern. Really nice in terms of her presentation and muscle pattern as well. High quality heifer to go ahead and lead off with. Congratulations to the young lady on a good class winner. The heifer that's going to go ahead and come out into second, I think extra good, and probably an advantage that she has in this pair is the shape that she has in her full rib is so much bolder. I think she's truer in terms of the base of her heart and takes a softer, more natural turn back into her flank. She probably has just the total width and substance advantage of this particular pair. For me, that heifer's probably staler all the way through, but more importantly, she's just a little more jammed up in her shoulder, a little rougher across her top line, and then you study the size of that, particularly left rear hock, a little more swollen and large there. Just don't see that one to be quite as comfortable and fluid as she gets out and goes. Nice second place heifer, though. Congratulations to the young lady.
Results from Class 2404. First place goes to entry 3640. That is Dal Porto Sandy, 4547, exhibited by Kiera Bremer of Fullerton, Nebraska. And second place, entry 193, Dal Porto Sandy, 4580, exhibited by Addison Dalrymple of Arnold, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we've got Class 2406. These are spring yearling heifers born March 1st to April 30th of 2024.
Very interesting top pair here. Nothing to take away from the young lady that's there in third, but I think a top duo here that is very, very high quality, both of them. They're very different, and they come to us in different ways. You know, if you like the young ladies in second, I have no issue with that. Probably my initial favorite when she first came in. I think they're both extremely good. These two young folks should be very proud to be showing them, regardless of the way that I line them up. But young ladies that's going to win the class, I think a little fresher as she comes to the ring here today. I think there's just a little more punch when you step around behind her. That heifer stouter, when you study her down her top and out through her pin set, I think she takes to the surface on more width and substance. And then to me, these cattle are on the profile. She's quite a bit squarer from her hock to the ground, maybe a little more show ring pleasing in that regard. And the young lady's obviously done a tremendous job of getting her presented, does an outstanding job of getting her shown. I think she's right on in a lot of ways. The heifer balance is extremely good, very, very sound structured, extremely high quality, certainly deserving of a very tremendous class winner placement. Congratulations to her on doing a nice job. Now, one that's maybe just a little more my speed right from the get-go is the young ladies that's going to be in second. Man, I just read immense cow value here, and that one's length of stride. The center part of her body, to me, is just absolutely incredible. The depth there in her heart and the turn back into her flank. And I think she comes to us absolutely ideal in terms of her condition. I think that heifer is very good in that regard. I love the angle of her shoulder and how she gets out of her front end. I think that heifer is actually longer in through her throat and her neck than the one that wins. Probably sets it even neater at the top of her shoulder. For me, she doesn't quite have as much stoutness when you study the cattle from behind, particularly in her pin set, and she'll want to just have a little extra set there in her hock as she goes. Both of those cattle are extremely high quality. Congratulations to them. Young lady that comes in third, man, she just runs into a really tough class because this heifer's got as much muscle and stoutness of feature and shape as anything that's come through the ring today. With that maybe extra just muscle and power, we don't see quite as much femininity up front. I'd like that one to be just a little more attractive there in the shape of her head and neck. I'm more comfortable leaving her in third. Tremendous class all the way. Congratulations to those three exhibitors.
Results from Class 2406. First place goes to entry 3509. The heifer's name is Maddie, exhibited by Addison Gerlushin. Second place goes to entry 1018. That is KR Queen 4412, exhibited by Scott Harper of Gordon, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 1826. Bar S. Elizane 4100, exhibited by Melander Livestock of Belgrade, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we've got Class 2408, junior yearling heifers, born January 1st to February 28th of 2024.
These two gentlemen bring us a nice pair of heifers here. I think the young man that's going to win the class out here in the center of the ring, for me, that particular heifer is laid back better in the angle of her shoulder and more correct in how she steps down in her knee. That allows her to take a more forward-reaching stride as she goes out of her front end. And even though she's maybe just a touch fatter and further along in her condition than I'd like her, I still think you study the shape and depth of her body, and she's more correct than the one in second. She's true truer and bolder in her full rib. She's better in the turn back into her flank. And I think the heifer balances in terms of proportions all the way through really well. Probably just more punch included there. Congratulations to him on a nice class winner. I think the heifer that comes to us in second is a little more honest in her condition. I like that about her. I think that heifer's longer and more extended ahead of her shoulder. She sets it higher and more correct on the top side of her shoulder as well. Probably has an advantage just in terms of length of body and things of that nature. For me, in order for her to overtake our class winner, we need to relax her just a little bit in the angle of her shoulder and see her more comfortable in her knee. If we just changed her front end skeleton, man, we could really push that class winner a lot. So we'll go ahead and leave her in second. But congratulations to those two gentlemen on doing a nice job.
Results from Class 2408, Junior Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 5233, Collison Georgina 456, exhibited by Ryan Brenner of Mapleton, Iowa. Second place goes to entry 888, that is 4M Princess 2449, exhibited by Braxton Reinierson of Broken Bow, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got Class 2410. These are senior yearling heifers born September 1st to December 31st of 2023.
Nice set of senior yearlings here. Young lady in the cowboy hat here, I think pretty decisive class winner to have one at this age of maturity that's still fresh like that. And man, she handles herself extremely good as she travels the ring, particularly in her hind leg. I like the flex and give that she has in her hock and pastern. And man, that one's just overwhelming in terms of her rib cage and her muscle pattern. Really, really like that one a great deal. Congratulations to the young lady on doing a fantastic job. Young man here that's going to go ahead and come and be in second. You know, if you want one just a little bit more moderate in her frame, maybe she's more your speed in that regard. I think that one, she too is just tremendous in terms of both length and depth of body. I think she's more than adequate in terms of muscle and power. Just a shot fatter maybe than our class winner, maybe not quite as fresh just all the way through. Biggest thing for me, we just change her the way her tail head sets up in her. We'll go ahead and leave her in second, but a good duo. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 2410, Senior Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 5339, Conley FRKG Queen Meg 3000, exhibited by Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 890, Dalporto Missy 3620, exhibited by Braxton Reinierson of Broken Bow. Now we will be selecting our Grand Champion Junior Angus Female.
Well, a really nice lineup here as we get through our first breed in our show here this afternoon. Tremendous all the way from our calf champion to our senior yearling cattle that certainly deserving of a championship lineup. Each one of these kids out here hustling is tremendous. You know, we could use a variety of these different heifers and be very pleased. So great start here to our show. I think we've got a pretty dominating champion in this division and a reserve that I like a great deal. But again, congratulations to all of our junior Angus exhibitors here this evening. Young lady out of that last division is going to have our champion. Congratulations to her.
Thank you.
Nice job. As we go to select for our reserve, again, I think one that follows her up really nice, but tremendous division from top to bottom here. Young lady here in front of me will have our reserve. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Your grand champion, junior Angus female, goes to entry 5339, Conley FRKG Queen Meg 3000, exhibited by Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Reserve grand champion female goes to entry 3509. Heifer's name is Maddie, exhibited by Addison Groluchian of Columbus, Nebraska. Congratulations to you exhibitors in the Angus division. Coming up next, we will have our Charolais division, our Charolais Junior Breeding Heifer Show, Class 2402. These are senior heifer calves born September 1st to December 31st of 2024.
Very interesting trio here, and I think we could come out here and scramble these a bunch of different ways and probably be justified in doing so. I think all three of these heifers do some nice things, and maybe we could tweak a thing or two in each one of them. I guess for me, at the end of the day, the young man's here in the center of the ring. It is the soundest structured one, and that's kind of where we're going to lay our hat on her going ahead and win. I think she's certainly the best in her angles off of both ends of her skeleton. I think she's the longest from hooks to pins. I think she's the most flexible off of both ends too. And I guess this down at the ground is just where she's going to go ahead and win this particular class. She needs to be more attractive from her shoulder forward, but I still think in relation to the heifer that's in second, we can call that a wash. And then the one that's in third, this heifer's just got so much more to her in terms of shape in her full rib and muscle pattern. So she's going to go ahead and lead the class off with congratulations to the young man on his class winner. The young lady that's going to go ahead and be in second, man, that one is extra stout and powerful. And if we're just going to place the cattle exclusively off of muscle and rib cage and dimension, we could go ahead and just lead her off with. That one's certainly the boldest in her full rib, extra stout and powerful in behind her top and out through her hip. That one's got a massive stifle and some extra stoutness of feature and bone. With all that added muscle and power, maybe we give up just some in terms of femininity and refinement, just a little more comfortable with that one sitting there in second. The heifer that's going to come out into third, what's close about that particular pair is she brings that refinement. She brings that extension and femininity that we're missing in the one in second. Certainly more attractive there in the shape of her head and neck, and I think she's probably cleaner in her joint work. But for me, that one's just a little rigid off of both ends. Probably need to have a shot more just in terms of center body dimension. Good trio. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results in your Charolais show, Class 2402, Senior Heifer Calves. First place goes to entry 1251. That is SCBS Miss Maggie 426M, exhibited by Caleb Schnelly of DeWitt, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 2446, Boy Montella M211, exhibited by Hannah Schnelly of Beatrice, Nebraska. And third place goes to entry 1253, MCC Miss Renee 489, exhibited by Claire Schnelly of DeWitt, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now will be Class 2404, Summer Yearling Heifers born May 1st to August 31st of 2024.
Nice single entry here to lead off this particular class, and I think stopped and posed up is maybe where we appreciate her the most. Heifer's real proud in her head carriage and ties her neck real high on the top part of her shoulder, and then, man, she comes back fantastic just in terms of rib cage and stoutness and power. Really big and dimensional out through her pin set and across her stifle. There's a lot of just substance to that particular female. We ask her to get out and go, and you can see it as she's standing here as well. Or maybe just a little more straight and rigid off of either end than we'd have to be. If we relaxed her in her angles, we could probably take just a shot longer stride, maybe be just a little bigger footed down at the ground. But man, posed up, that one sure has a neat image here from the profile. Congratulations to the young lady on a really nice class winner.
Results from Class 2404, Summer Yearling Heifers in your Charolais show. First place goes to entry 3539. That's TR Miss Maeve 4906M ET, exhibited by Madison Borg of Concord, Nebraska. Coming in next, we've got Class 2406, Spring Yearling Heifers, born March 1st to April 30th of 2024.
Okay, hello to you guys watching at home. Sorry we've been here, and I apologize for not jumping on here. This is Tim Burke helping do the ringside live broadcast from the Nebraska State Fair. Our judge for this afternoon is Mr. Curtis Dubit from Lodge Grass, Montana. He and his wife Kate currently operate the MJB Ranch there in Long Grass. He served as a coach at the University of Wyoming for a few years before he jumped into the ranching business. He's originally from Parker, Colorado, and a Colorado State graduate. I don't have a full biography with him right now, but I will get it. I will get it to you. We are currently on our spring yearling Charolais heifers. If you did join us late, a very competitive Angus show that just came in. Champion went to Hadley Hartman, and reserve was Addison Grodelution. The same, those heifers also had a successful morning at the open show. He did, he sure did a few things different and swapped some things around. I mean, didn't see everything the same. I mean, there's some of these, they come in a little different, and they looked a little different here this afternoon, and then not everything. Of course, this is the Open Junior show we're watching now, and that was the Open Angus this morning. So they are a little different, and the same with the Charolais. We had the Charolais this morning. And the classes just broke a little different. We have a few little different entries. We had a few that did not show this morning that I see have showed up this afternoon to show in the Open Junior. And I believe we will go through all the breeds, including the composite, and then pick an overall champion. I believe they picked the overall champion tonight, and then they're going to pick a supreme tomorrow night with the open show as well.
Got a nice trio here as we're moving along through our Charolais show, and I think a pretty decisive class winner to lead off with. Definitely the most presence and a striking profile in this particular heifer, and I think in relation maybe to her contemporaries here, just her condition and her presentation and just how she comes to the ring is certainly a level or two elevated, I think. That one really striking up front. Her balance and proportions is extra neat. I like the set there in her hock and pastern, and just absolutely tremendous in terms of center body dimension and a beautiful muscle pattern. Very high quality class winner. Congratulations to the young man on doing a great job. Interesting decision probably for me comes between 2 and 3. They're very different type of cattle, and I could argue them either way. I think their strengths and weaknesses complement each other pretty nicely. Young man's heifer that's going to come out into second, maybe a little more my speed in terms of being a little greener. I think that's the sounder structured one. It's better in her angles off at either end, and probably just a shot more ladylike maybe in her head. Still a little crestier over her neck than I'd like, but has some length and extension there in her neck. Gets out and goes pretty well. Our class winner just so much better in terms of rib and muscle pattern, so we'll go ahead and leave that one there in second. Young lady's doing a really nice job with the heifer that's going to come out into third. And you know, if you want to switch that pair and say that this one's better in the center part of her body, that this heifer has just more substance, mass, power, dimension, that would be correct, and I wouldn't argue with you in any regard. For me, that one's rocked forward just a little bit in the angle of her shoulder, probably just a little straighter, more rigid from her hock to the ground, and I don't know if she's an improvement maybe in her head shape, but a good duo. All three of those heifers are really nice. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results in Class 2406, Spring Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 2289. That is KTC Dolly 401, exhibited by Caden and Tristan Cisco of Oto, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 2179. That's 460, exhibited by Team Thompson of Pender, Nebraska. And third place goes to entry 1822 DC NBCC Kaylee 4200, exhibited by Madeline Ditloff of Bradshaw, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we've got Class 2408. This is junior yearling heifers born January 1st to February 28th of 2024.
Another nice duo here, and for me, this particular pair comes together pretty straightforward. I think Young Man's Heifer is going to win this particular class, and I think just so much better balanced when you study her from the profile, more correct in the angle and shape there of her head and her neck. She's so much neater and cleaner through her navel, and those things just catch your eye a little bit more right from the get-go. And then I think that heifer, man, she's just as stout and as pulled apart as any of them that we've seen today. So wide and true in her pin set. She carries that all the way to the ground. A genuine, honest one from a muscle and power standpoint. And probably of the pair, she handles her structure as good as either of them as well. Congratulations to the young man on a really nice class winner. The heifer that's going to be in second just has a fantastic shape across her stifle, and you see that same muscle there in the upper part of her hip. To me, though, we just need to see that one a little more feminine, a little more eye-appealing. Could tweak her up front in the shape of her head and neck, clean her up a little bit in her navel. But a good duo. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results in Class 2408, junior yearling heifers. First place goes to entry 2178. Tattoo number is 4172, exhibited by Team Thompson of Pender, Nebraska. And second place to 1246, SCBS Miss Callie 408M, exhibited by Charity Schnelly of DeWitt, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we've got Class 2412. This is your cow-calf pair class.
undefeated out here in our cow-calf pair division in our Charolais show, and I think we got an interesting decision here. I think that the cows are comparable in terms of their phenotypic quality, and we're at a little bit different age and production in these two cows with where they're at, and you probably see that in a few ways. I think cow-calf pairs are the hardest to judge because it's more important to me now, what they're doing in terms of their calf and what they're raising than exclusively what they look like. And so put your priorities wherever you like. I guess for me, the highest quality animal out here of all four of these is the bull calf, and I think that's the deciding factor in my opinion. Just a tremendous individual here in terms of some stoutness and power and muscle, and for a January calf, he certainly weighs a lot. His testicular development is coming in nicely. Calf that handles his feet and legs really good as well, and so I'm going to put my emphasis there on this particular pair winning. She's a little younger than our older cow there, and so her teat structure is maybe still just a little bit more feminine yet, which I would expect. Man, that cow, you can kind of see where he gets his stoutness and power. She is just extra stout in her feature, big-footed, dimensional, and powerful. Really a good pair. Congratulations to those two exhibitors on a nice job. The pair that's in second, there are some things about that cow that I maybe like better than our class winner. I think she's just a little bit more stylish and attractive, probably a little more feminine all the way throughout. Certainly neater up front, and I think offers probably more length and extension. She too's pretty sound on her feet and legs. Not quite as feminine and refined in the shape and structure of her teats there, but I think still plenty acceptable for her age and stage of production. The heifer calf, love the length and added, long length of body that she has. For me, we need to read that one just a notch softer, maybe just a little more striking all the way through. We'll go ahead and put them second, but a good duo. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 24-12, your cow-calf pair class. First place goes to entry 2449. That is CCC Miss Brandy 2660 PET, exhibited by Zach Schnelly of Beatrice, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 1248. That is SCBS Miss Pearl 103J, exhibited by Charity Schnelly of DeWitt, Nebraska. Coming in now would be selecting our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Junior Charolais females.
Again, if you've just joined us, we're in a Supreme or Champion Charolais female selection. Our judge this afternoon is Curtis Dubit from Lodge Grass, Montana. Give you a rundown head to tail. The calves winning the first class, Caleb Schnelly. Second class, Madison Borg. The young man in the cowboy hat, that's Caden Cisco. That one's owned by Caden and Tristan Cisco from Odo. Here's our judge.
Well, as we're getting the rest of our drive lined up here, I think a nice set of females from top to bottom here. A little more variation maybe in type and kind and some things to dig into, but cattle that certainly offer plenty of strengths and some fun things to breed around out here. I think, man, just a commanding champion that I think will be fun to see later on down the line. I think she handles the division. It gets close to me. I think there's 2 or 3 different ways that I'd feel comfortable going for reserve. There is one that's going to land that title, but again, congratulations to all of our Charolais exhibitors on doing a tremendous job here. Young man in the cowboy hat's going to have our champion. Young man directly behind him will be reserve. Congratulations.
Your grand champion Charolais female in the junior show goes to entry 2289. That's KTC Dolly 401, exhibited by Caden and Tristan Cisco of Oto, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion junior Charolais female goes to entry 2178. Her herd ID is 4172 and is exhibited by Team Thompson of Pender, Nebraska. Congratulations to all you Charolais exhibitors. Our next breed division will be the Balancer Junior Breeding Heifers. We'll have class 2400. These are junior heifer calves born January 1st, 2025 or after.
As we get into our next division here in our balancer show, I think just a really interesting top pair. And it's nothing to take away from the young lady that's going to set into third, but young calves, a lot of future ahead of them, trying to decide maybe where we want to be at this stage of the game. Man, I'd like to take the really good things of this heifer and the really good things of this heifer and put them together, and we'd be real close. Be fun to watch these two develop and mature and see who's got the best one in the end. The young man's comes to us to the ring today. An advantage probably. She's a little more ready, that's for sure. There's definitely a little more just condition on that one at this point. A little more hair and some of those show ring things that make you drawn into her maybe a little bit faster. And those are advantages that she has. I think without question that heifer's probably just stouter and bigger bodied all the way through. I think that heifer's got more full rib for sure. She's better in her heart. I think that heifer's stouter in behind her shoulder and out through her hip. She sets down on a bigger foot with more substance of bone as well. And then I think both of these two heifers are really good structured. This one's got a really good angle and set off of both ends and gets out and handles herself really nicely. Not quite as pretty and attractive as the one that's going to be in second. We'll have to make sure to keep that one right there in her throat and neck and down into her chest. Really keep that point of her shoulder kind of set in her. If her front end stays together, that one will be really fun as she continues to develop and mature. The one that, man, would get me excited if I'm at home feeding them is this one that's going to be in second. Incredibly striking, just phenomenal in terms of style and eye appeal. Beautiful about her head, neck, and chest. So much length and extension. I read maybe more future there in that regard than the one that wins this particular class. Sets her neck up really high. So clean in her throat. Love that extra length of body, and she too is just incredibly sound structured. We'll just have to see if there's ever quite enough punch there. She's skinny and green as she should be at this stage of the game, but that heifer is just a little frailer in her bone work and feature, a little more slender there in her foot size. Man, if she does come with enough punch in the end, that one will be really fun to show there next summer. I think the heifer that's going to come third in this particular class, a little more moderate, probably a little more rib than the one that just exits, a little truer probably maybe in her muscle pattern as well. I don't know that one balances quite as neat at this stage of the game, but again, a lot of future ahead of these calves. Keep working with them. We'll see where they end up. Good class. Congratulations to those three exhibitors.
Results from Class 2400. Junior heifer calves. First place goes to entry 3920 XXB Lebanon, exhibited by Cole Brooks of Bennett, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 1508 Bose Jade N701, exhibited by Easton Bose of Orleans, Nebraska. And third place, entry 4874 herd ID number 608N, exhibited by Leah Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. Coming in now, Class 2404, summer yearling heifers born May 1st to August 31st of 2024.
Interesting class as we continue on in this division. I think these two cattle here at the top for me are pretty close. You know, the young man's comes in and probably just, you know, more impressive from her shoulder back, and I think that's where her advantages certainly lie. I think that heifer's bolder and truer in her full rib. She's got more honest width in behind her shoulder up high and just maintains that as she goes back. I think she's more collected in her top line. She's leveler from hooks to pins, certainly square from her hock to the ground. And I think the comfort and stability that she steps down with in her pastern is a pretty decisive advantage over the one in second as well. I prefer that she's a little more honest in her condition. I think she's just a little fresher from her shoulder back as well. You know, the front 1/3 of her body, I think, is where it's close for me. I much prefer the femininity and eye appeal, the heifer that's in second. This one will get a little shorter and coarser about her head and neck. See that same thing with a little extra throat. And she's just a little more rigid in how she wants to handle her knee. Man, if we could tweak those things, she'd be the decisive class winner. But at the end of the day, I think she does enough really good things that she still needs to go ahead and lead off with. The young lady's heifer that's going to go ahead and be in second, man, that one reads cowier to me in terms of her front end. I see more femininity in her neck and her head. I think she's more proud there in her ears and where her head sets on the top part of her neck and shoulder. I think she's cleaner in through her throat and her chest. I think she's laid back better in the angle of her shoulder and her knee. Really, at the end of the day, I think she has about every front end advantage that she could possibly have, and I think that one's good in terms of depth of heart and turn back into her flank. She's right there for muscle. She has enough. She's by no means crazy stout, but she's probably right there. For me, I guess it's the rear third of her that gets her in a little trouble. She'll get a little pinch there in her hip loin. She'll come up just a shot in her tail head. I don't see that one setting down with quite as much comfort and stability in that rear pastern. She's a little longer and more slender in that rear foot as well. At the end of the day here, I'm more comfortable with her there in second. I think that the heifer that's going to round out this particular class is probably as true and honest just in her muscle pattern and dimension as any of them. That front three-quarter view, you see how tremendous she is in the shape across her stifle. I think that one's got as much foot size and substance of bone as any of them as well. For me, she's not an improvement in her hip loin over the one that's in second. She's not any better up front than the one that wins the class, and so she kind of defaults herself into third. But a good trio. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Results from Class 2404. First place goes to entry 3459, SEPT Marvelletta May M416, exhibited by Bo Gottschall of Stewart, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 3347, WLSS XXB Malibu, exhibited by Keisha Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. And third place goes to entry 3831, XXB Miss 308/444M, exhibited by Megan Walahoski of Overton, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we've got Class 2406 Spring Yearling Heifers born March 1st to April 30th of 2024.
maybe a little bit more of a challenging class here outside of our class winner. I think she handles it with ease. In my opinion, she's got about every advantage she needs to. She's the best structured, the best balanced, the best body, the best muscled, the freshest, the highest presented. Young lady does a good job of getting her shown. Congratulations to her on a very straightforward class winner. I think from there, man, we could do a lot of different things and be okay and justified in doing so. I think the young man there in the cowboy hat, you know, where I like that one and where I think she lands up in second is just when she stopped and on the standstill. I think her balance in terms of proportions, in terms of body depth and muscle pattern and things like that is what lends her second place finish. That heifer's the second best one in her full rib, heart, and flank. She's the second best one in terms of her muscle pattern. Now, our class winner is certainly more correct and tied together at the top of her shoulder, a little more eye-appealing there in her hip loin, but I still think a good heifer to be there in second. You know, our structure in 2, 3, and 4, the differences there is what makes these cattle really interesting. Man, this young lady is really not wanting to cooperate. She's doing a great job of staying calm. You know, maybe some issues with that one. She wants to paddle out of those front two, be a little small on that rear foot and upright on that rear pasture, and just not real comfortable out here. But her advantages over the heifer in fourth, to me, a little more moderate in her frame, a little more acceptable in terms of her body depth and shape. But the biggest thing is, I think, just a little more appealing for me in terms of her frame size and things of that nature. This young man's that comes out next, you know, when they're just stopped, she's probably a little neater and cleaner in her chest and her head. Next sets up higher on the top of her shoulder. And she probably has an advantage over both of those two on the standstill in terms of strength and levelness down her top and out through her hip. To me, though, that one's just a little too extreme from a frame size standpoint. I'd like to tone her down just a little bit. Then structurally, that's probably the straightest one in the class. So we maybe call that a wash and leave her fourth. But a good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 2406. First place goes to entry 1990, SEPT, What Comes Next, M407, exhibited by Elizabeth Bamsberger of Hampton, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 4873, Pretzel, exhibited by Weston Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 4549, BUTR, Shootout on the Prairie, 320M, exhibited by Tegan Butterfield of Atkinson, Nebraska. And fourth place, entry 3460, SEPT, Oh Honey Please, M443ET, exhibited by Bo Gottschall of Stewart, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got Class 2408 Junior Yearling Heifers born January 1st to February 28th of 2024.
In the ring now, we got the January, February's of 24. 5 head in this class: Carter Voss, Easton Bose, Grant Wolohoski, Paige Wolohoski, and Callan Risselin. Ages go from February 14th to January 25th. It's pretty tight that way. Pretty challenging class if you just judge the start. If you've just joined us late, our judge this afternoon is Curtis Dubit from Lodge Grass, Montana. We are currently finishing up the balancer females. Judge Dubit went to school at Colorado State University. Sits on the judging team there for a while until he took it over the job running the judging team at University of Wyoming. And currently, he and his wife Kate are the owner operators of MJB Ranch in Lodgegrass, Montana. He originated in Parker, Colorado. And is one of the good new upcoming judges that we're starting to see a little more of, and rightfully so. Following this, we've got one cow-calf pair entry, and then we'll be bringing the first place winners back. So we just got one class left, and we'll be picking the champion balancer.
Another one that maybe has just a little more challenge with it than some, but I think an interesting decision could be made here, and some discussion could be had. You know, I really wish this young lady's heifer would not be circling quite as often. She appears to have some sort of maybe injury in that left rear pastern in her foot and is a little bit sore on it. Man, I think if she would just stand, you know, we could maybe appreciate what she does just a little bit more. If she didn't have that, she would win this class super easily, and I don't tend to do those kind of things, but man, that heifer's just too good everywhere else in this particular situation. Overwhelming, and just in terms of her maternal body shape and muscle pattern, I think that heifer's got enough stoutness of feature, and even though she's kind of fat and stale up in through her chest and her neck, I still read her to have a more maternal look than the cattle that are in 2 and 3, so we're going to go ahead and use her to lead off with. Maybe we come back in our division drive and we see if we can just get her parked and stood still. This young man's heifer that's going to be in second, man, he's certainly just fighting her for all that he's worth out here. One that's just extra stout and powerful, really big in through her hip and her stifle. I love her length of body and natural performance as well. For me, that one needs to read just a little more feminine all the way through. She could be just a little square in her hock as well. Go ahead and drop her into second. You know, the one that I can understand and see kind of floating all over the place is the young man's that's going to come out into third. you know, just as a show ring thing, her advantage of simply just wanting to stand and cooperate is legitimate. You actually get a real look at that heifer, and you can study what she does right. And I do think in her own way, that heifer proportions, I think that heifer is good enough in the center part of her body in terms of depth. She has more than enough stoutness and muscle as well. She's not really my speed in terms of that crestier, rounder neck shape, a little maybe extreme up front for me. I'll risk that one. She's plenty clean in her throat. I just don't read her to be overly feminine and maternal there. And then she wants to be a little straighter up front. She'll set out a little bit in her shoulder blade. I just like to tone that one down and make her look just a shot more cowy, if that makes sense. But congratulations to him on doing a good job of getting her shown. Heifer that's going to come out into fourth, I do think that she has that advantage in terms of femininity in her head shape, smoothness about the point of her shoulder. She's a long-bodied, strong-topped heifer, but for me, she's a little too deep in her chest in relation to how she's built in her in her heart and her flank, and just a little stale and maybe fatter than she'd have to be. Heifer that's going to round out this particular class, really moderate, deep-sided, easy flushing type of a female. She too's a little stale as she comes to us today. Biggest thing, she's just a little straighter off of both ends, a little tighter in her hip loin. Go ahead and leave her there where she stands. Nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results in Class 2408, Junior Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 3828, XXB Ice 424M, exhibited by Paige Walahoski of Overton, Nebraska. Second place entry 1499, Bose M602 Merit, exhibited by Easton Bose of Orleans, Nebraska. Third place entry 4872, the animal's name is Zorro, exhibited by Carter Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. Fourth placed entry 2084, XXB Miss Block Party 415M, exhibited by Kaylin Riesland of Pleasanton, Nebraska. And fifth placed entry 3830, XXB Miss Shooter 400M, exhibited by Grant Walahoski of Overton, Nebraska. Coming in now, we've got Class 2412. This is your cow-calf pair class.
Just a single entry here in our cow-calf pair division, but I mean, truthfully, one of the better animals we've had in this division so far is the red bull calf here. I think really nice. A bull, I think, has a very bright future ahead of him. I'd be really excited to, if I was these two young folks and had this red bull calf. A lot of balance, a lot of power, pretty good on his feet and legs. Be excited about what that one's going to grow and develop into. A young cow there, it's put it all into him. She's starting to show that a little bit. She's maybe a little thinner. Udder looks a little bit worn out. And we're starting to get towards the first part of September. That'll happen here with the February bull calf, but she's done a really good job. Congratulations to these guys on a nice class winner.
Results in your cow-calf pair class. First place goes to entry 1501, XXB Miss Thelma 335L, exhibited by Easton Bose of Orleans, Nebraska. Now we'll be bringing back all of our first and second places and selecting our grand champion and reserve grand champion, Gelby and Balancer female.
Okay, as we're going through this champion lineup, we switched the first couple leading in. The heifer leading first is actually our second class winner, Bo Gotchel from Stewart, Nebraska, with September Farms Marvelita May M416, a July 24 heifer calf. I think they must figured she'd have made a better leader. Our first class winner, Cole Brooks, with XXB Lebanon, February of 25, is actually the second heifer coming through the ring, so she wasn't quite so scared. Winning the third class was Elizabeth Bainsberger from Hampton, Nebraska, with September Farms What Comes Next, M407. And our fourth class winner, Paige Walahoski from Overton, Nebraska, with XXB Miss Ice 424M, a February of 24 daughter. And then the pair we just saw of Easton Boss, XXB Miss Thelma 335L, a February of 23 daughter. Female.
Well, I think we bring our class winners and seconds out here, and this has been probably the toughest and most challenging division to navigate through, because all these cattle have done some really good things, but maybe we tweak a thing or two, but they're all really nice, and these young folks are out here hustling, doing a really good job. I think we could have a lot of discussion, in my opinion, as far as which one of these is the absolute best, and by the time we kick them out and make a cow out of them, which one is going to do the best things. Just real quick to kind of walk through it myself as much as anything. I definitely think the young, honestly, the pair of gentlemen there with the two calves, I think both of those are in contention, honestly. Without a doubt, they are the two soundest structured ones in this whole lineup. I don't even think that's debatable, and they're very different. We talked about that in class. The young man here that won that division, she's sound structured, she's good balanced, she's good built, she's good muscled. We talked about wanting to make sure her front end in terms of her neck and chest stay together in her, but I guess if that's her biggest fault, she certainly is one in contention out here. I think the young man that came out of that next division, that heifer, we talked about good things in terms of strength of top line and muscle pattern and stoutness of feature and squareness of hind leg. Didn't get real deep in that class, but man, I'd like that one's underline to be just a little bit better. She just right there on being a little tubular for me, and then we talked about wanting to freshen her front end up, making her be just a little more attractive. Similar here for the young lady that came out of that next class. Just love the natural length of body, performance, smoothness of shoulder, and all those things that she does. She too is just a little bit hard-bodied for me. She kind of runs tight back into her flank comparative to the depth of her chest, throws her balance off just a little bit. Young lady that came out of that next class, we talked about, man, just love the center part of that heifer's body. Just just so bold in her full rib, true in her heart and flank, just massive in that regard. We talked about her being just a little sore on that right rear and maybe not handling herself the best today. I think you see her tail head come up too as a result of that. And then this cow-calf pair, I genuinely think that this red bull calf is one of the top 2 or 3 animals that we've got in this lineup. I think he's extremely good. Cal maybe leaves just a shot to be desired from a show ring standpoint, but obviously did a fantastic job with this calf. And so I think it's close. I think there's a lot of give and take, and you could justify a lot of different things that you want to do in your mind. What I'm the most comfortable with, and just kind of staying the most true with my priorities and wanting to keep them sound structured. Young man with our calf is going to be our champion. Young man out of the next division will be reserved. Congratulations.
All right, our champion was exhibited by Cole Brooks from Bennett, Nebraska with XXB Lebanon, a February class, and followed with the July heifer of Bo Gottschalk from Stewart, Nebraska. SEPT Marvelita May M416. Thought Judge Dubit did a really good job describing those cattle, seeing what he thought, and really good job of lining them up logically. Up now, we now have the start of the Hereford breeding heifers. We'll have 3 head in the class, January and after junior heifer calves.
Valletta May M416, exhibited by Bo Gottschalk of Stewart, Nebraska. Congratulations to all you Gelby and Balancer exhibitors tonight. Coming up next, we will have our Hereford Junior Breeding Heifer Division. We'll have Class 2400. These are junior heifer calves born January 1st, 2025 or after.
As we get started here in our Hereford show, a young lady that's going to win this particular class here, I think that heifer does so pretty handily. Definitely the best off of her rear skeleton and her hind leg set and placement. I think heifer's got as much balance and presence as any of them. Really long-bodied and long-hipped. Very nice heifer. Congratulations to her on a really good class winner. I think we got a heifer that follows her nicely there in second. Really long and clean in her throat, tucked up nice in her chest. Maybe even better than the class winner in terms of her throat and chest. Heifer that's got a nice shape there in her full rib. A little rougher maybe across her hip, loin, and tail head. I don't know that heifer gets out of her front end quite with the same length of stride, so I'm more comfortable with her there in second. A moderate, deep-sided heifer that's going to come out into third with a nice shape in her rib. For me, that one's a little shorter in her face and maybe starts to throw off her balance. I don't know if we've got the same in terms of feature and bone to go with it, but a good trio. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results in your junior heifer calf class in the Hereford division. First place goes to entry 3642. That's EF Lady Queen N23, exhibited by Kinsley Brimmer of Fullerton, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 3158. MH Miss Platinum 066 N300 ET, exhibited by Talon Moss of Beamer, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 5009. MJB Carmel 116N, exhibited by Mace Blesson of Kennesaw, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got Class 2402 senior heifer calves born September 1st to December 31st of 2024.
Just a single entry September heifer here, but really like this one's presence up front. I think she's proud in her head and neck and where she sets that in her shoulder. I think that heifer comes back with a fantastic length of side and length of hip. Sets her tail head pretty well in her as well. I think that heifer's got a nice muscle pattern to go with it. You know, maybe we could just soften her up just a smidge in her heart and back into her flank to really accentuate her balance. But I think she does a lot of good things. Congratulations to him on a nice class winner.
Results from Class 2402 senior heifer calves. First place goes to entry 3978. That's VCR, LSP 229G, Macy 469M, exhibited by Landon Peshik of Western Nebraska. Coming in next, we've got our summer yearling heifer class. This female will be born May 1st, August 31st of 2024.
Another nice single entry here that the young man brings us. A heifer that's an upgrade, I think, maybe compared to a few in terms of her depth of heart and her flank. I think she's smooth in her shoulder. Her neck sets real nice and comes to a strong top line. Heifer 2's got some length from hooks to pins and sets down with more than enough feature and bone to go with it. Yeah, we could maybe tweak on picking her chest up just a little bit, but I think a quality class winner could have withstood a few more in here. Congratulations to the young man on doing a nice job.
Results from your summer yearling heifer class. First place goes to entry 3921. Herd ID of 4112, exhibited by Team Frazee of Pender, Nebraska. Coming in next, we'll have our spring yearling heifers. Females born March 1st to April 30th of 2024. We're missing a couple entries there. We're looking for Remy Blesson of Kennesaw. Remy, please bring your cattle to the ring. The class is in the ring. Coming. She's coming.
Nice trio here in our Hereford Heifer show, and I think the young man's that wins is just more my speed in terms of a cowier center body. I think a little more maternal in the way that she's built in her head and neck. Still tucked up really good in her chest to be that good in her heart and back into her flank. Really fresh in her presentation as well. I think she's got the right kind of muscle pattern. You know, maybe just could be a shot more coordinated in how she handles that hind leg, but I think a very high quality class winner. Young man's done a good job of getting her presented. Congratulations to him on his first place entry. I think, you know, if you want one that's just really out there in a few places, this heifer in second, she certainly does those things. I mean, that one is just wild in terms of length and tightness in her neck and her throat. And she comes with some extra just kind of feature and really highly presented as well. I think that heifer's shaped good in her forerib. For me, that one is not quite just as cowy all the way through. I'd like to soften her up there in her heart and to her flank. She'll get a little pinched in her hip loin, and she too just a little unstable in how she handles that hock and pastern. We just let her go with a little more flexibility and comfort. We could move her up. I'm more comfortable with her there in second. The heifer that's going to come out into third, you know, she doesn't have the hair coat and the presentation of those cattle, and so maybe doesn't look quite as fresh in terms of show ring presentation. But I do think that one's just as honest as those two in terms of her condition. I like that about her. I think that heifer's got some natural muscle and width to go with it. Up front, she just gives up too much. She's a little plainer than those two cattle, a little roundier and crestier in her neck. And I don't know that she's just that much of a structural improvement either. We'll drop her in third. But a good class. Congratulations to all three of those exhibitors.
Results in Class 2406, Spring Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 3464. LIN Miss Marigold 4422, exhibited by Cooper Lindstrom of Elm Creek, Nebraska. Second place to entry 989, that's KLM Mavis 402M ET, exhibited by Devin Danielson of Aurora, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 4969, that's MCM J36 Vicky Marie 442M, exhibited by Remy Blesson of Kennesaw, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got Class 2408. This is junior yearling heifers born January 1st to February 28th of 2024.
Very interesting pair here, and a lot of kind of give and take and some things maybe I'd like to tweak in both of them. The young ladies that's going to win this particular class, for me, is just a little more my speed, honestly. Just looks a little bit more like a cow, in my opinion, and just a little more maternal, probably all the way through, just a little more refined all the way through. Young lady and I were talking about, I don't think she's going to make it all the way to January in terms of how long she's going to hold that particular calf. But I do think in terms of soundness of structure, smoothness of shoulder, cleanliness of joints, length of hip, and like I say, just a little more cow look, I think that one needs to win. She's not perfect in her chest. She's pretty stale there across her neck and her shoulder. We could freshen her up, and the presentation advantage goes to the one in second for sure. This one's just a little more my speed, and she's going to go ahead and win. Now, if we just judged them off a hair coat and fit job and things like that, I like the hair and I like the way this one comes to us presented, and things of that nature are good. That heifer's got some strength in her top line, and when she stops and gets her presented, she's got some levelness out through her hip. For me, that heifer needs to be more feminine and attractive. I don't get in the habit of calling ones too terminal or steery, but she's pushing that a little bit for me. I just want to see her with the shot more style and eye appeal, tone her bone work down just a little bit. Interesting duel. Congratulations to those two exhibitors.
Results in Class 2408, Junior Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 685. That's NH Margaret 1M, exhibited by Hula Herefords of Creston, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 2273. That's LVL Marley 44M ET, exhibited by Riddle & Co. of Hildreth, Nebraska. Coming in now, we have Class 2410, Senior Yearling Heifers, born September 1st to December 31st of 2023.
Really high quality class winner here. This one's maybe a little more what I'm looking for in some ways. I think that heifer is extra good balanced and good structured. She's one that has that bone and that power, but still has enough feminine quality to go with it. She balances extremely well. I think her flesh and condition is about ideal at this stage of the game, presented extremely well. Young lady's doing a fantastic job of getting her shown. Very, very high quality class winner. Congratulations to her.
Results from your Senior Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 4898. That's BACC 618 Kylie 368, exhibited by Chesney Prince of West Point, Nebraska. Coming in now, we got Class 2412. This is your Hereford cow-calf pair class.
pair. You guys come right here, okay? Nice pair division here. I think definitely the strongest in that regard that we've had so far today and this afternoon. I think good cattle all the way down through here. The best unit, if you will, is these two young ladies. Really nice cow, a pretty good udder at this stage of the game. A nice phenotype to her in terms of some depth of body, some stoutness of feature. Handles herself pretty well and got a really nice heifer calf that we broke down earlier that's got a lot of future and high quality pieces to her as well. I think they win this pretty straightforward in my decision. Congratulations to these two on a nice pair. Really close here, I think, and there's some give and take. These two young folks that are going to be in second, you know, if we stay with the theme here of our class winner in terms of good cow, good calf, and we add up the most totals, I think that's what allows the heifer calf pair to be in second. The cow, in my opinion, pushes even the class winner for her quality and her phenotype. She's got a nice udder. I think that cow blends and ties everything together. I'd be very excited to own that cow if I was this young lady. Good structured, a lot of performance, a lot of body, nice udder. Really just a solid heifer calf. I think maybe not quite as good as the calves on either side of her, but I think, you know, she's got some performance and length of body, relatively sound structured. Good kind of duo there to go ahead and be in second. Now, if we're just going to decide between that particular pair, I do like this bull calf better than I like the heifer calf in second. I actually think this guy is awfully good, and hopefully these two young folks are excited about his future. That's a bull that's sound on his feet and legs. He looks like he's going to have some performance and grow. He's got some stoutness and shape. I like that bull. I think he's got a world of good things to offer. Cow's maybe the weak one of that particular pair. Her phenotype's not quite as appealing in about her shoulder, maybe not quite as good in her udder as the two cows directly above her. But so we'll leave them third. But a good class. Congratulations to all three of those exhibitors.
Results in your Hereford cow-calf pair class. First place goes to entry 3641. That's EF Lady Queen, K17, exhibited by Kira Bremer of Fullerton, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 2451, TKCC Miss Diva 301, exhibited by Chloe Tolley of Burwell, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 686, Schaff 11L Little Bird 304L, exhibited by Hula Herefords of Creston, Nebraska. Coming in now, we'll be bringing back our first and second places from the previous classes, and we'll be selecting our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Junior Hereford female.
Well, we bring our class winners and seconds out here, and I think a fun lineup. There's a lot of quality from top to bottom in these cattle, and these young folks doing a great job of getting them presented. I think there's an absolute hammer in this lineup that wins decisively, and definitely want to make sure we get the right one to follow her up with for later on here. I think we've got a close decision in reserve, in my opinion, and cattle that are just different and offer different strengths. I'm going to show you your champion. We'll loop in and study them just a little bit closer for reserve. But again, congratulations to our Hereford exhibitors. Young lady here in the pink shirt wins this one. I like that one quite a bit. When it comes down to contention for reserve and who to follow her up with, again, a good lineup, but to get really nitty-gritty into it, it kind of comes down between the young man there out of that class right here with the highly presented one. I love that one, center body and cowy look to her. I think that heifer's got a really nice profile here when she stopped and parked. I think she's got an awesome muscle pattern and balances really nicely. If we're to get extra nitpicky on her out here, I need to elevate her some at the top of her shoulder, and I just got to see her rear foot a little bigger and have a little more coordination off of those rear two, but she's definitely in the hunt. And then I think our cow-calf pair is the other one in consideration, in my opinion. Good cow, good calf. They fit together pretty nicely. They don't maybe have any wow factors or anything just crazy, but I think they're just extremely nice. Both of them are pretty good on their feet and legs. They got length of body and performance. To get nitpicky, we could clean that calf's front end up just a little bit in terms of her throat, have her see just to elevate her just a notch. And that cow, I think we just freshen her up there across her neck and her shoulder. From just a show ring standpoint, doesn't bother me in terms of turning her out. Nice udder, powerful. She's doing a good job with her calf. Again, not to take away from the rest of them, that's kind of what it comes down to. Again, I think it's extra close. I'd be fine with it either way. I like them both a great deal. These young folks are hustling. I do need to see her more correct off of her rear too, but the young man here with his heifer is going to go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Results in your Hereford division. Your grand champion Hereford female goes to entry 4898. BACC 618. Kylie 368, exhibited by Chesney Prince of West Point, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion female goes to entry 3464. LIN Miss Marigold 4422. Exhibited by Cooper Lindstrom of Elm Creek, Nebraska. Congratulations to all you Hereford exhibitors. Coming in the show arena now, we're working on our maintainer junior breeding heifer show. And the class now is 2402 senior heifer calves born September 1st to December 31st of 2024.
Pretty good way to start this particular division, if you ask me. I like this heifer quite a bit. Put together that kind of feature and bone and that kind of head and neck into one package makes her unique enough as it is, but then really good in her rib cage, fresh in her presentation, extra sound on her feet and legs. Very high quality class winner. Great way to start this division. Congratulations to him.
First place in class 2402 senior heifer calves goes to entry 5344 KMEM My One and Only ET, exhibited by Preston Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Coming in next, Class 2406, Spring Yearling Heifers, born March 1st to April 30th of 2024.
I think a trio that's high quality, but it does sort pretty straightforward in my opinion. I like this red heifer. I think she does a lot of good things. She kind of emulates what we discussed just a second ago in terms of being big featured and stout, and yet good up front. I think that one handles herself the most correct on her feet and legs. Extra fresh as she comes to the show ring today. I think a high quality and decisive class winner. Congratulations to the young man. He's got her presented very nicely as well. I think a straightforward decision is the heifer that comes here in second. And, man, there's just a lot of genuine mass and power and dimension there. That heifer's just ultra good in the shape of her full rib. So big and powerful up high and out through her hip. She's dimensional across her stifle and has a pretty decisive soundness advantage over the one in third. Man, she sets her neck really high as well. I don't know that she reads quite as feminine in the shape of her head, a little more Roman across her nose. And that heifer could be square from her hock to the ground, but still a good one to sit there in second. Heifer that comes out in third's got a tremendous amount of rib and body and fleshing ability. If you like one that's just a little bit more moderate in her frame, she is those things. For me, that one will get a little bunched up off of either end, open up some in terms of her shoulder, get a little pinch there in her hip loin. But a good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results in Class 2406, Spring Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 4076. Female's name is Madison, exhibited by Madden Vote of Elmwood, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 2367, KLS Mabel 63M, exhibited by Jelnick Cattle Company of Osceola, Nebraska. And third place, entry 1663, SHAB MIA 44M, exhibited by Sarah Mead of Aurora, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we've got junior yearling heifers born January 1st to February 28th of 2024. Attention in the barns. If there's a Brennan Mickey here, please come up to the announcer stand. A Brennan Mickey, or if you know Brennan Mickey, get a hold of her and have her come to the announcer stand, please.
Another just really high quality class winner. These guys are bringing it in this particular division, and I like this one, just kind of cowy maternal look. Love that kind of front end quality with that kind of rib cage, and so just genuine there. I like her muscle pattern to go with it. I think a heifer that collects herself very nicely on the profile. Young lady's doing a good job of getting her shown and presented. Excellent class winner. Congratulations to her.
Results in Class 2408, Junior Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 2916. That's BBR Mini 125M ET, exhibited by Callie Tharp of Ovid, Colorado. Next, we'll be selecting our Grand Champion Junior Maintainer Female and Reserve Grand Champion Junior Maintainer Female.
Do you have your meal vouchers with you?
I do. Attention in the barns. If there's a Brennan Mickey here, please come to the announcer stand. Brennan Mickey, please come to the announcer stand.
As we get out here in this division, just to maybe break them down just a shot more, we had some smaller numbers here, but honestly, our quality from top to bottom is pretty easily the best thus far that we've had. I think, the young man there in that first cowboy, or in the first class here in the cowboy hat, just extremely unique. We talked that have that much just bone and mass there, and still that good fronted in terms of her head and neck carriage, and really proud in how she sets it up high. I think that heifer's rib cage is just really, really phenomenal. A little fuller today, and so her top line wants to come up just a smidge, and I don't know if she's quite just perfectly coordinated off of those rear two to just have that incredible length of stride. She's by no means anything but sound, but man, we could just see her tweak just a little bit when we get into this level of quality. But man, that thing is way, way neat. I think the heifer that came out of that second class, the red one, we talked to her kind of similar in relation to that black one. Stoutness of feature and bone, and still really good about her head, neck, and chest. Extra smooth in her shoulders. She too is fantastic in her shape. She gets out here and not quite as good in her hip loin compared to the other two cattle. She's a little more, similar in terms of just could have a shot more coordination off that rear two. Her angle's really good. Her comfort's good. Just her hip loin will get a little tight. Some of that is just how she's wanting to hold her tail and just not be quite as comfortable out here. But man, that one's really neat. Comparative to the first class and the third class, where she isn't as strong as those two, I don't know that one's lower body cavity is quite as genuine in her heart and back to turn into her flank. But man, again, I think one that's really exciting. And then to me, kind of the maternal cow prospect of these particular three is the young lady's Purebred that's just fantastic in so many ways. Her advantage of the lineup is just fantastic center body. I mean, her heart and her full rib and her flank and the way that her shoulder's still smooth. Honestly, up high, she ties the best right there at the top of her shoulder, partly because she's not quite just as wide as these other two cattle. But man, just in terms of looking like a cow and about her head and her neck, the smoothness of her shoulder, transition into her full rib, her heart, and her flank, I think she's got a nice smooth muscle pattern. Her weakness compared to these two, a little smaller on that rear foot, not quite as stable as she steps to the surface, and bluntly, not quite as long striding off of that rear skeleton. And so just some minor tweaks. I mean, those are nitpicky criticisms about all three of these. I'd be proud to own all of them. And our second, I think, is an extremely good heifer as well. Like I said, I think as tough and as deep of a lineup as we've had so far today, all these cattle out here are extremely good. I see one that's extra good today, one that has an incredible bright future. Probably comes down to these black ones, in my opinion, when we really get into it. I love the red one, but I think these two just do some things to yet much of a higher level. So you either go with one that's just a little farther along, a little less guesswork there, we could tweak off a rear skeleton, or one we need to project out just a little bit more that we could relax in her top line just ever so slightly. Both of them are really, really good. Use whichever one you think is the best. For me, not just totally big enough off of that rear foot, but the young lady's big heifer is going to be our champion. Young man here in the cowboy hat will be reserved. Congratulations to them.
Your champion maintainer goes to entry 2916 BBR Mini 125M ET, exhibited by Callie Tharp of Ovid, Colorado. Your reserve grand champion maintainer goes to entry 4076 Madison, exhibited by Madden Vote of Elmwood, Nebraska. Coming in next, we'll have our Red Angus breed. This will be our Red Angus Junior Breeding Heifer Division. First class is 2402 senior heifer calves born September 1st to December 31st of 2024.
Yeah, I like this one pretty well here, I think. A great way to start off our Red Angus show. A heifer that's just extra good. Cowy look to her here from the side. Extra good structured. I love her rib cage and right on in her fleshing ability at this stage of the game. A very high quality class winner. Congratulations to the young man on a job well done.
First place in your senior heifer calf class goes to entry 5348 TMAS Miss Maybelline 4736 MET, exhibited by Preston Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got summer yearling heifers born May 1st to August 31st of 2024.
And another nice single entry here, a moderate framed heifer with a lot of just length of body and still depth too. She's got some added fleshing ability. I think she's more than stout and wide enough to go with it. A heifer that could have withstood a lot of competition for sure. If we want to get a little nitpicky, probably could tuck her up just some in her chest to have her balance just tremendous, but a really good class winner. Congratulations to the young man on a job well done.
First place in our summer yearling heifer class goes to entry 2186. The heifer's name is Ekla 84, exhibited by Thompsons of Pender, Nebraska. Coming in now, we've got our spring yearling heifers born March 1st to April 30th of 2024.
Good pair of them here. Young ladies heifer in the center of the ring wins this class for me. I think definitely the soundest one. Better in the angle of her shoulder, but the rear third of her skeleton is significantly more correct. The flexibility she offers in her hip hock and pasture and the length of stride that she has. She comes to the ring really fresh in her presentation and condition. Heifer's really nice there in her rib cage and muscle pattern. Young lady's doing a really good job of getting her shown and presented. High quality class winner. Congratulations to her on a nice job. Heifer that's going to be in second, if you like her added moderation, she's really nice there. I think a heifer that's got some depth of body to go with it, and by no means is she light muscled. In relation to the one that wins, we read just a little plainer about her head and neck. Not quite as coordinated and structurally sound off of either end. We'll go ahead and drop her there into second. But a good duo. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 2406, spring yearling heifers. First place goes to entry 5337, HEH Shelley 1MET, exhibited by Shaylee Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 3674, TAC Miss Verna M133-B47, exhibited by Taryn Albrecht of Thurston, Nebraska. Now we'll bring back all of our class winners and second places, and we'll be selecting our grand champion, junior Red Angus female.
Again, our judge for today is Mr. Curtis Dubit from Lodge Grass, Montana. And our champion Red Angus Drive. Our first class winner is Preston Hartman with TMS Miss Maybelline 4736M. That is the heifer that also won the 4-H show this weekend and was supreme overall breeds. In the second class, we have Team Thompson from Pender, Nebraska with ECLA 84. And we have Shaylee Hartman with HEH Shelley 1MET, born April of 24. Our first heifer is a September of 24. The middle heifer is a May, and the third heifer in line is a April.
We get out of here to select for our Red Angus division in smaller numbers, but our quality is certainly towards the upper end of what we've seen so far today, and these young folks are doing a really good job. I think there's a pair of them that elevate themselves pretty quickly. There's one between that pair that's maybe just a little bit more my speed and what I'm into, but I think they're both awfully good. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors on a job well done. Young man here in the cowboy hat's going to have our champion. Young lady out of that third class will be reserved. Congratulations. Nice job, boss.
All right, again, that was Preston Hartman with TMAS Miss Maybelline 4736M. Grand and reserve was her younger sister Shaylee Hartman with HEH Shelley 1MET. We are now moving into the Shorthorn junior breeding heifers. I have a couple classes. The one we'll let him work through. And looks like we only have 5 Shorthorns total, and then we'll have a pretty big percentage simmental show coming up after that.
First class is Class 2402, senior heifer calves born September 1st to December 31st of 2024.
Just a single entry here as we start our Shorthorn show, but man, one that really poses up awfully nice here from the side. Proud-headed, sits her neck real high in the top part of her shoulder, and then that one is so stout coming out of the backside of her shoulder. Extra big, dimensional in her pin set. Gives you a nice balanced look here on the standstill. Quality class winner. Congratulations to him on a job well done.
Results from Class 2402 Senior Heifer Calves. First place goes to entry 1567. That is BFS Margie Pay PW 499 ET, exhibited by Cole Bruce of Walbach, Nebraska. Coming in now, we've got our summer yearling heifers, females born May 1st to August 31st of 2024.
Another nice single entry here, a May female that, there's a long-bodied heifer standing in front of us here that's still got enough depth in her heart and turned back into her flank. She's got enough width when you step around behind her as well. A little maybe more rigid and stiff off of both ends than just ideal, but man, a nice class winner. Congratulations to the young man on doing a good job of getting her presented.
Results in your summer yearling heifer class. First place goes to entry 1468. And that's TCC Roan Cali 008, exhibited by Caden Holin of Pierce, Nebraska. Coming in the ring next, we've got spring yearling heifers born March 1st to April 30th of 2024.
Kind of an interesting duo here, and maybe we could put some strengths together. I think the young ladies, that heifer will get outside herself just a little bit more than I'd really like as she goes away from behind. And man, if we could set that hawk down a little square within the plane of her body, this would be pretty straightforward, because outside of that, there's just a lot more heifer there. She's definitely better in her forerib, in her heart, better back into her flank. She's wider from behind, and with that, I still think she's attractive enough, and probably more so than the one in second, and through her head and her neck. Again, we could change that rear skeleton design, but I think in this situation, heifer needs to go ahead and win. The one that's going to come out into second, I like that heifer's smoothness of shoulder, the strength in her top line. She probably has the edge in terms of a little bit of stoutness of feature, and does step down maybe a little more square directly from behind. My problem is, I don't know that her length of stride is any longer, and then that one's underlined. Her chest in relation to her heart and flank just needs to be a little more correct, a little more maternal in my opinion, more comfortable with her staying there in second.
Results from spring yearling heifer calf class. First place goes to entry 1472 CSF Crystal Swan 2435 ET, exhibited by Aubrey Jensen of Pierce, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 2169. Animal's name is Fireball, exhibited by Team Dunn of Homer, Nebraska. Coming in next, we got our junior yearling heifers born January 1st to February 28th of 2024.
Another nice single entry that'll be good to get out here in our division lineup. I think a nice heifer. There's certainly a lot to her there. You step around behind her, and just her width and mass and substances needs to be admired. She sets her neck good on the top of her shoulder as well, and just a good quality female. She takes a long, nice length of stride. Congratulations to the young lady on bringing us a nice class winner.
Results from junior yearling heifer calf class born January 1st to February 28th. First place goes to entry 1563. That's KEG Gentry 2M, exhibited by Caitlin Bruce of Walbach, Nebraska. Coming in next, we'll bring back all of our class winners and second places, and we'll be selecting our grand champion junior shorthorn female.
We get our shorthorn heifers out here to select for this lineup. A good set of them. Not maybe as many numbers as a few, but I think the breed's well represented out here. We got a little variation maybe in type and kind, but I think at the end of the day, we're going to have a good champion and a good reserve. These kids are out here hustling. I think there's some give and take in some ways, but I think one of them just elevates the most balance, quality, and eye appeal and needs to win. And anyway, a good lineup. Congratulations to all of our shorthorn exhibitors. The young man out of that first class is going to be our champion. The young lady out of the last class will be reserved. Congratulations to them.
Your grand champion shorthorn goes to entry 1567. That's BFS Margie Pay PW 499 ET, exhibited by Cole Bruce of Walbach, Nebraska. Reserve grand champion honors go to entry 1563. KEG Gentry 2M, exhibited by Caitlin Bruce of Walbach, Nebraska. Congratulations to you shorthorn exhibitors. Coming up next, we'll be starting our percentage simmental junior breeding heifer show. Microphone test. Can you hear me on the online? All right.
As we get started here in our percentage simmental division, we got a painted up one to go ahead and lead off with. And I think in terms of structure and foot and quality in that regard, she wins pretty decisively. That's the best balanced one, really nice in a rib cage at this stage of the game. Highly presented. The young lady's done a really good job of getting her ready. And like I said, just feet and legs and structure, balance on the move. That one wins for me pretty straightforward. I think this heifer that comes out in second is real neat through that front 1/3 in terms of being maybe just a shot longer and cleaner in through her neck. That one ties out really high and elevated the top of her shoulder as well. Comes back with some length of body and muscle shape. She's certainly better off of her rear skeleton than the one that's in third. Her flex and give to her hock is more stable and secure. Our class winner's a little better in her center body. Our class winner's a little smoother at the point of her shoulder. If it comes together and feeds, it'll be really nice. But right now, I just have that kind of as a question mark. Go ahead and leave her there in second. Front 2/3 of the heifer that comes out next, I really, really like. She's neat-headed and good neck. That one's chest sets up in her. She is better in the center part of her body than the one that just exited the ring. I think that one's got more than enough muscle to go with it as well. Rear third of me makes me pause for some concern. Kind of small in that rear back foot. Gets a little rigid and tight there in the way her hock and pastern is constructed. I'm more comfortable with her staying there in third. Good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results in your percentage simmental junior breeding heifer class. First place goes to entry 3483, high 5, Miss Nova 5717. In, exhibited by High 5 Cattle Company of West Point, Nebraska. Second place, entry 3482, High 5 Nadia 555 in, exhibited by High 5 Cattle Company of West Point, Nebraska. And third place, entry 4073. The animal's name is Nora, exhibited by Burke Vogt of Elmwood, Nebraska. Coming in next, we'll have senior heifer calves born September 1st to December 31st of 2024.
Another single entry here, a good October heifer that's got a lot of nice things. That one's muscle pattern is very impressive. You see that rear 3/4 comes stout in behind her shoulder and out through her hip. She carries that across her stifle. Really like just the muscle pattern. I think her forerib shape is pretty good at this stage of the game as well. You know, she's maybe just a little rounder off of both ends than she'd have to be, but certainly to be commended for her muscle and stoutness. Congratulations to her on a good class winner.
Results in your senior heifer calf class. First place goes to entry 3984. That's VCR Chocolate Cocoa 11M, exhibited by Blair Bueller of Fairbury, Nebraska. In the ring next, we've got spring yearling heifers born March 1st to April 30th of 2024.
Hello, everyone. If I could have your attention real quick before we start the open jackpot feeder show. First off, my name is Erin Clayson. I am the oldest daughter of Kent and Nadine Clayson. Clayson Schlake, sorry. They're not Claysons, they're Schlakes. I claimed yet to be a Schlake. I have up here my two sisters, Elise Lucasen and Erica Johnson, and their families are out and about for everyone to help with this show today. Don't shake your head, Dad. Yes, I'm in charge. So for those of you who don't know, this is the official 20th year that Kent and Nadine and the State Fair and the State Fair Board have put on the Jackpot Feeder Show. We started in Lincoln 20 years ago, and we've averaged about 88, 90 head a year, which is awesome for 20 years. So I want to give just a tick background on how this all really started, and I doubt my parents even know that I remember. So 20 years ago, we, including all of our family and our Gage County family, revisited an open class at our county fair at Gage County. Previous to that, some really awesome friends of ours, the Odo family was in charge of it. And so Mom and Dad kind of took it over from them, and Diane Schultz was involved as well. And so that's kind of where this really started from, was the open class show that Donnie and Kathy started in Gage County. Dad went to the fair board and the fair directors, and really, with their help, this has been going on for 20 years. And we've had various judges come through, amazing quality of livestock, and also the kickback and awards that come back out of it, that money going back to those local exhibitors, whether they're seed stock, whether they're club calves, or whether they're junior members. So we wanted to, including the State Fair, take a couple minutes and congratulate Mom and Dad, and also just to say thank you for your dedication, your work ethic, and also promoting Nebraska's #1 industry. And people say it's agriculture, and ironically, all three of us work in that customer service agriculture field. But really, it's not just agriculture. It's the people in agriculture that make that Nebraska's #1 industry. And so I'm really proud to pass on that knowledge to my family and my girls, and also through my professional career in ag. So I would like Kent and Nadine, not Mom and Dad, Kent and Nadine Schlake to come out. Too loud. And we want to say a great thank you for 20 years of hosting this, facilitating this, getting cussed at and cussed to, and cussing back and forth sometimes happens. That never happens, right? Raising my hand, I will get cussed out at this afterwards, I'm sure. So thank you for supporting agriculture in Nebraska at the State Fair. And I'm going to pass it over to the State Fair Board, or State Fair Committee. There you go.
Thank you. I'm Courtney Glock. I'm the marketing director for the Nebraska State Fair and incredibly excited to be standing up here. I'll invite our board members and additional staff to come join us up here. We have a volunteer, Mr. Ed Meadle. A lot of you would recognize him because he works just outside of this building and an information booth all day, every day at the Nebraska State Fair. Ed Meadle symbolizes and embodies the hard work, the dedication, the grit that it takes to put on an event of this magnitude, but he's always going the extra mile to ensure that the Nebraska State Fair is the best that it can be. And I think that sounds a lot like Mr. Schlake here with us today. So we have a challenge coin named after Ed Meadle that we are presenting. This challenge coin has our logo on the front of it, and it's not only a symbol of our appreciation for all that you've done, it's also symbolic of you being a part of the Nebraska State Fair family forever and always. Thank you, Kent.
Go ahead, Curtis.
Pretty neat stuff over there for sure. Congratulations to the family on a great job putting that jackpot show on for the folks back over here in our heifer ring. I think the young man's heifer in the center, she wins pretty straightforward in my opinion. This one kind of combines balance and structure into a really attractive package on the profile. Everything just blends and flows really nicely. I view that one to be extra attractive ahead of her shoulder there. Really, really high quality class winner. Congratulations to him. Now we've got some heifers that aren't maybe behaving the best here for these young folks to kind of navigate through, but I think the young lady's kind of stripe-faced heifer that's going to be in second, she does so on the basis of being the second best built one, the second best structured one, and certainly as attractive as anything in this particular lineup. Really like her head and neck shape, awesome in her chest. To me, that one's right on in her flesh and condition at this stage of the game. Not quite just as striking right out of the gate as the one that wins, and I don't know if that one's just quite as good in the center part of her body and her shape. I think her depth is pretty good. I think that one's very genuine in her muscle. Just wish she was a shot more striking. We'll go ahead and leave her there in second. Young lady's extra moderate one that's going to come out in third is just tremendous in terms of depth of body. Got plenty of fleshing ability to go with it, some stoutness of feature and bone. She doesn't have any shortage of muscle either. Up front, that one's just a little bit stale and cresty in her neck. She's pushing out a little bit more chest. You'll see her get a little tighter there in her hip loin and come apart ever so slightly in her tail head. And so if the cattle were just evaluated on the standstill, this young lady that comes out next might move above her, because I think that one's fresher in her head and neck, certainly better in her chest, and she does line out with more attractive and style pieces, if you will, when the cattle are just stopped. I think her muscle pattern and rib cage shape is very aggressive. For me, that one just needs to be a little softer in her heart and flank. Most importantly, though, when the cattle are asked to lead, she'll get just a little straight and more up and down off of either end. If we could see her go with some more flex, we could do more for her. Really nice class. Congratulations to all four of those exhibitors.
Results in Class 2406, Spring Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 1922. And heifer's name is Margot, exhibited by Hayden Schroeder of Wisner, Nebraska. Second place entry 4121, DRCY Priscilla 311M, exhibited by Tatum Dorsey of Morse Bluff, Nebraska. Third place entry 1407, BBBJ Mavis 770M, exhibited by Barrett Butler of Bancroft, Nebraska. Fourth place entry 2271, NRJC Millie 24M, exhibited by Emily Hines of Lincoln, Nebraska. Coming in next, we've got our Junior Yearling Heifer Show. Females with age range from January 1st to February 28th of 2024.
All right, the last thing I have is who's ready to evaluate some stock tonight? Like, you guys are dead. I'm going to have to start I should come every year for this. They don't invite me. Dang. So last thing I have, payout tonight, we're playing 8 places, and total payout is $6,100. So let's have some fun. Thanks for coming.
In the north side of the arena, we'll be starting our 20th annual Open Prospect Calf Jackpot Show. Serving tonight as our judge is Randy Daniels. Randy is a manager of the Parties Over Ranch in Colbert, Georgia. The ranch through the years has always been an Angus operation with Gelbvieh, Sim-Angus, commercial, and a few Charolais cattle at times. Randy's family includes his wife Beth, son Buck, and his wife Jenna, and grandson Clayton, and granddaughter Adeline. In addition, daughter Whitney and her husband Adam, with children Judson and Micah. Randy's judging career has been long and extensive and enjoyable for he and his family. Randy's judged in 41 states, 3 foreign countries, has done 12 junior nationals, in every show he ever dreams of having the opportunity to judge. Randy says that his love for good livestock is second only to his passion for young people and the opportunities that the Junior Livestock Projects afford them. He would like to thank the Nebraska State Fair for the opportunity to work with young people and is happy to be here. Thank you, Randy, for making the trip, and we look forward to your assessment of the livestock throughout the evening. In our jackpot show, our first class, these are breeding heifers. Go ahead and bring in the first class.
Nice class here. Very interesting from top to bottom, these 4 heifers. I think the young ladies, man, if we could just clean her up in her throat, she would be a decisive winner, because on the profile, that one exhibits certainly the most balance and quality in that regard. Front, middle, and rear third all match really well. That one's got a really good full rib and flank in her. I think that heifer's got an awesome muscle pattern, and she's as sound structured as any of them. Directly compared to the one in second, she's so much squarer on her front too. She stays within the plane of her body as you watch her go away from behind. I think at the end of the day, there's just too much to get around. Nice heifer to go ahead and lead off with. You know, the young man's has got some really good strengths that I think you could get very excited about. That heifer's center body is towards the top of what we've seen all day across a lot of breeds. I think so bold in her full rib, true in her heart, and right back into her flank. I like her muscle pattern, and she's still good-headed. For me, man, that one's knee and the way that she's built up front is concerning. She twists out pretty severely, and then from behind, she'll just kind of want to waddle and get outside of herself a little more than I'd like. More comfortable with her there in second. The one that's going to come out into third, man, if we just evaluate the cattle in terms of just length of stride, she is probably the longest striding one in the class, really loose made from that regard. A heifer I still think's got enough muscle and enough rib, a little staler up front than ideal. The big thing is she's so loose made. She kind of opens up at the top of her shoulder, doesn't have the same strength there in her hip loin either, just kind of falls out of balance in that regard. Then the painted warrior that's going to come out next, I think really good just in terms of shape and all of those things. Structure lands her into fourth. That one just needs to go more comfortably off at either end and flex and give with just a little more ease. Good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 2408 Junior Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 4839. That's BWL Ellie 622M, exhibited by Tinley Luby of Staplehurst, Nebraska. Second place to entry 790 RGL Butterfly Effect 366M, exhibited by Luke Katz of Beatrice, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 1361 OHL Motley Crew 4173M, exhibited by Talon Graving of Chapman, Nebraska. Fourth place goes to entry 3774. That's MPJ MEO M178, exhibited by Kaylee Goss of Beresford, South Dakota. Coming in now, we'll be bringing in our first and second places from those previous classes, and we'll be selecting your grand and reserve grand champion junior percentage simmental female.
We got a nice lineup out here in our simmental show as we get out here to select for our champion in reserve. A good numbers here and a good division. I think the champion to me is a very straightforward decision. I think it gets closer for reserve, but again, kids are just hustling and bringing these cattle presented very nicely. So want to commend them on doing a great job. Really nice lineup, a tremendous set of cattle. Young man out of Class 3, I think wins this pretty straightforward. Congratulations to him. I think the second from that division fits this lineup really nicely, and I think you could go a variety of different ways here, in my opinion, and be justified in doing so. The cattle are really nice. The depth was very good. Just real brief. I think that calf's extra good. Structure is second only to the one that wins. A really bright future ahead of that one. Again, just a calf at this point. The heifer we drop in, world of look and quality and presence. Maybe we could be just a shot better in her shoulder angle. That young lady out of that last class, when she gets her chin skin pulled over, really kind of comes together. When she's on the move, you kind of see that fall out just a little bit. But man, a good lineup. Nothing to take away from the young ladies out of that second class, but I kind of think it comes down to those three. All three of them are really nice. I find breeding value in all of them. To me, though, the second highest quality one, a little bit young yet. I don't always like to use calves, but you're going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your grand champion percentage simmental goes to entry 1922. The heifer's name is Margot, exhibited by Hayden Schroeder of Wisner, Nebraska. Reserve grand champion goes to entry 3483. High Five Miss Nova 5717N, exhibited by High Five Cattle Company of West Point, Nebraska. Coming up next, we'll be doing our Purebred Simmental Junior Breeding Heifer Show. Our first class will be junior heifer calves born January 1st, 2025 and after.
back over on our purebred simmental side, I think really nice place to lead off with. Just a single entry, but a heifer that's got an extra bright future, really, really long and extended ahead of her shoulder and attractive in that regard. And yet I think she's still shaped right in her rib and muscle pattern. She handles her feet and legs correctly. Real skinny at this point of the game, but I think a heifer again. Bright future ahead of her. Congratulations to the young man on a good class winner.
Results from our Purebred Simmental show. First place goes to entry 3536, M/H, Pocket Change, 01N, exhibited by Cade Hogan of Sutherland, Nebraska. Coming in next, we've got senior heifer calves born September 1st to December 31st of 2024. In our jackpot show on the north side of the arena, first place in our first class goes to Kyle Martz. Second place to Benish Cattle Company. Third place to Illingworth Farms. Fourth place to Benish Cattle Company. Fifth place to Jax Fogarty. And sixth place to Trigg Argo. In the ring now, we've got Class 2 in our breeding heifer jackpot show.
Interesting pair here in our second class in our purebred simmental show. I think, we could kind of take the strengths of these heifers and slide them together and really get excited about what we had then. I think the black heifer to me just reads with more femininity and eye appeal. She's more refined in about her head and her neck and cleaner in her joint work. I think that heifer's a little smoother and softer in her muscle pattern as well. I'd like to change her structure. She needs to be square on those front two. I wish she sat down with a bigger rear foot, and that'd allow her to go with more flex and comfort in her hock and pastern. But I still think she does enough other good things to go ahead and lead off with. The red heifer that's coming into heat a little bit is fighting this young lady, and it's not really helping her. The heifer has certainly got the advantage in terms of stoutness, power, performance, length of body, circumference of bone, all of those things. For me, she's just a little coarser made probably all the way through, a little rougher across her crest and throat. That heifer's hip loin's not quite right, probably made worse by the fact she's in heat. And then those rear two, she's a little coarse in her hock joint there. Interesting duo. Congratulations to those two exhibitors.
Results in your second class of purebred simmentals. First place goes to entry 3368. Volk Cow M401, exhibited by Hudson Schroeder of West Point, Nebraska. And second place, entry 3982. BEB Red Velvet 9M, exhibited by Blair Bueller of Fairbury, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we've got class 2404 summer yearling heifers born May 1st to August 31st of 2024.
Back over here in our purebred simmental side, I think maybe as challenging of a class as we've had so far today, just deciding kind of where you want to put your priorities in this lineup. I think we could bring 50 people out here and probably have 50 different opinions on which one's the best and why. And, you know, I think the young ladies, that left rear leg, I don't know if she stepped on something. She's a little sore on that back leg there, and her pastern's not quite right probably in general. Her rear foot needs to probably be a little bigger in general. You know, but I think to me, this one is more my kind, just in terms of a cowier, more maternal look. I think this is the most feminine one in her head and her neck and the way that she's shaped. And then without a doubt, the best in the center part of her body and her muscle pattern. And I think she's still really good in the angle of her shoulder and the set of her knee. If we could just tweak that just a little bit off of those rear two, man, this would be one of the better ones we've seen today. Still going to be good enough to go ahead and win this particular class. The heifer that's going to be in second, I mean, immaculately fit and presented. There's not a hair out of place on her. That much is for sure. I think that heifer is very fresh in her presentation, really green yet in her condition. I think that heifer is good in terms of the cleanliness of her throat and where her chest sets up in her. I think that heifer probably has the advantage just in terms of some stoutness of feature and bone. She gets out of her front end good as well. For me, that heifer is not quite shaped right in her neck. I don't necessarily think she's steery, but just everything about her could be a little softer and a little more feminine for me. And maybe she could just, you know, really have the style that I'm personally after, but a nice heifer to sit there in second. The one in third, I mean, if we just got to the nuts and bolts of it and we just said who takes the longest, most comfortable stride, it would be her. That heifer's angles are really good. I think that heifer's got enough rib cage working in her right there on muscle. But the biggest thing of that particular class, she's just a little plain. Nothing really just reaches out and grabs me. I think that heifer just fits nicely into third. But again, a nice, good structured, deep-bodied one. Interesting class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from our Purebred Simmental show on the south side of the arena. First place goes to entry 5015. That's LHT Miss Tecumseh for 245M, exhibited by Charolais Simmentals of Wymore, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 3530. That's M/H. Chances are 311M, exhibited by Cade Hogan of Sutherland, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 2572. The animal's name is Trixie 10M, exhibited by Beamer Cattle Company of Hoskins, Nebraska. Coming in next, we've got our spring yearling heifers born March 1st, April 30th of 2024. In the north side of our arena, in our breeding heifer jackpot class, this is class 2. First place goes to William Moeller. Second place to Dunker Cattle Company. Third place to Kyle Martz. Fourth place to Hadley Dostal. Fifth place to Dylan Borg. And sixth place to Grayson Tuttle. They will be bringing back 2 of those animals for champion breeding heifer selection. Coming in next in our breeding heifer jackpot show will be class number 3. Attention in the arena, if Brennan Mickey is here, Brennan Mickey, please come to the announcer stand. We have something here for you.
Nice class here in our Purebred Simmental show. I think a good lineup from top to bottom, and one of the deeper classes probably on the day. I think the young lady's heifer that's going to win surfaces to me pretty quickly, I think. Does a lot of really nice things in this lineup. One of the better structured, better balanced ones is good in her rib cage. Really like her presentation as well. I think she gets out of her front end with a lot of comfort and ease. Really nice in the way that one is shaped and pretty genuine in her condition. I think better than the one in second for sure in that regard. And really for me, I think pretty decisive and has to win this particular lineup. You know, the heifer that comes out into second, she's kind of interesting because if you look at her brisket and you look at the fat in her udder, she's way too fat. But you analyze her everywhere else and she's all right. And so you just ask yourself, you know, is she hard doing or not? I mean, that's my question on that one because she is pushing a lot underneath. Because up high, I still think her neck ties in relatively okay. I still think the shape of her rib is all right, and she has enough muscle. So we're going to give her a slide, but I definitely wouldn't want her to see her any fatter in those two areas. I think her structure advantage is what keeps her above the remainder of the class. The angle of her shoulder and the set of her knee, the set there in her hock and her pastern just allows that one to get up and go so much more length of stride. You know, the heifer that comes out next, if we could freshen her up, man, we could easily move this one into second because she is more honest and true in her condition. I think this one has the edge in terms of stoutness of feature and bone. She's certainly more dimensional and shapely all the way through. Up front, though, that one's not as feminine and refined about the shape of her head and her neck. I just don't see her quite as attractive all the way through. I'm more comfortable leaving her there in third. To me, maybe the most interesting one of the lineup is this heifer that comes out into fourth. Then I think if you really like her, you like what she does from her hook bone forward because that is one of the more stylish, eye-appealing, and youthful ones. That's one of the more genuine ones in terms of her condition. I think she's smooth-shouldered, and the transition into her full rib is really neat. I like all those things. You get from her hip back, and that's where she runs into some concern for me. That one's a little shorter from hooks to pins, causes her to get underneath herself a little bit as she goes, and there's maybe not quite as much heifer there as some of the other cattle. Interesting breeding piece. Congratulations to the young lady on doing a nice job of getting her shown. Young lady here in the black shirt that comes out next, you know, another one you just kind of got to decide where you want to be at. This heifer is very big for me, and you know, you set that to the side, and she is good. I think that heifer's got a lot of just look and presence up front. She's proud in her head and neck carriage. I think that heifer's tremendous in terms of rib and muscle pattern as well. I've got to tone her down in terms of her mature size, and balance-wise, she too is right there for being long enough hipped. She'll get outside herself a little bit as you watch the cattle go away from behind. The red heifer that's going to round out this class, I like this one standing still in terms of her muscle and her power, her rib cage and her bone. It all kind of comes together when the cattle are just on the profile. You ask them to lead, and that's where she gets a little bit problematic in this lineup. She'll open up there at the base of her shoulders. She'll get a little tight in her hip loin, just uncoordinated as she goes, but a really nice deep class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 2406 Spring Yearling Heifers in our Purebred Simmental Junior Breeding Show. First place goes to entry 2266. That's RVCC Roxy 1878MET, exhibited by Briley Benish of Pierce, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 2574 LHT Miss Sam 150M, exhibited by Jordan Van Schowiak of Beatrice, Nebraska. I'm sure I butchered that. I apologize. Third place goes to entry 3481 W/C Macy 4177M, exhibited by High Five Cattle Company of West Point, Nebraska. Fourth place goes to entry 754 NRN Chanel 4191M, exhibited by Claire Crissell of Chambers, Nebraska. Fifth place to entry 791 KRLE Dreaming of a Revolution, exhibited by Blakely Katz of Beatrice, Nebraska. And sixth place to entry 4119 DRCY Paprika 28M, exhibited by Tatum Dorsey of Morse Bluff, Nebraska. In the ring now in our Simmental show, we've got Class 2408 junior yearling heifers born January 1st to February 28th of 2024. In our north side, in our breeding heifer jackpot show, we've got class number 3.
Back over here in our Purebred Simmental show, an interesting class here, and I think the red heifer to me is pretty nice to go ahead and lead off with. I think she kind of overwhelms them in terms of being the one that's honest in her flesh and condition, and still the most genuine in her muscle shape and power to go with that. A heifer that proportions really nicely here from the side. Sure, we've probably seen some that are just a shot neater to look at about their head and neck, and that heifer could be just a little longer on her rear skeleton, but I think a quality class winner. Congratulations to the young lady on doing a nice job. I think the young ladies that's going to come out into second, one that's certainly just massive and a lot of substance and width there in the center part of her body, deep-hearted and soft back in her flank, a lot of length of body and length of hip as well. Structurally, she's the second best one, and that's where she elevates above the ones in 3 and 4. A little rounder across her neck, a little extra throat probably, and we could lay her down in her tail head. She can't run with the class winner, but we'll drop her there in second. Young lady that comes out next in third here has got one that's just awesome in terms of muscle shape and power, really big in behind her shoulder and out through her hip. You know, we could change the structure of her rear feet and toes and just see them a little bigger and square, and then I think that matches her structure, gets a little outside of herself and a little coarser in her joints, leave her there in third. Heifer that's going to come out into fourth, another one with just an overwhelming amount of rib and body. Maybe some of that comes from the fact that she's just a little too far in terms of her condition and fat. I'd like to lean her up just a little bit, and we could really appreciate what she does right. But a good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 2408 junior yearling heifers in our Simmental show. First place goes to entry 4189 DRCY Hot Sauce 38M, exhibited by Oakley Dorsey of Morse Bluff, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 3192 LKCC Miss Carolina Reaper 124M, exhibited by Corey Kirsten of Gretna, Nebraska. Third place to entry 807 Miss Maddie 909M, exhibited by Eva Brown of Pleasanton, Nebraska. And fourth place to entry 4333 GKS Vanessa E410, exhibited by Grayson Tuttle of Dorchester, Nebraska. Coming in now, we'll be selecting our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Purebred Simmentals in our Junior Breeding Heifer Show.
get out here to select for our champion purebred simmental, and a nice lineup. I think a division that's made you think just a little bit more. I do think there's a straightforward winner and a kind of a pair of them that come into consideration for reserve. But again, a great set of kids that are just working very, very hard. We're going to go ahead and keep these two heifers out of the 4th class together. They'll be grand in reserve. Congratulations to those two young ladies.
Results from your purebred simmental show your grand champion simmental goes to entry 2266. That is RVCC Roxy 1878M ET, exhibited by Briley Benish of Pierce, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion goes to entry 2574 LHT Miss Sam 150M, exhibited by Jordan Van Schoek of Beatrice, Nebraska. Results in your prospect breeding heifer show class 3. First place goes to Circle B Livestock, second to Ryan Carlson, third to Dylan Borg, fourth to High Five Cattle Company, fifth to Tony Long, and sixth to Lila Carlin. Coming in next in our breeding heifer jackpot class is class 4. Next up in our junior breeding cattle show on the south side of the arena.
Skipping to class 2404.
We will have our other registered breeds in our purebred junior breeding heifer class. Our next class in will be class 2404, summer yearling heifers born May 1st, August 31st of 2024.
As we get started here in our next division, a nice single entry heifer to lead off with. Young lady's done a good job of getting her presented and in here to the show ring. A heifer that's just extra stout all the way through. There's a lot to her. That heifer's wide in behind her shoulder and stout out to her pin set. Got a big dimension across her stifle. A lot of substance of bone down at the ground. It gives you a really nice balanced look here from the profile as well. Good class winner. Congratulations to her on a job well done.
Results in class 2404, summer yearling heifers. First place goes to entry 3512. Mini Me, exhibited by Addison Grolution of Columbus, Nebraska. Coming up next, we got class 2406, spring yearling heifers born March 1st to April 30th of 2024.
Getting to our next class here, and a nice pair of heifers. The young ladies, there's just so much more heifer there, and I think beats the one in second decisively in that regard. Certainly deeper in her heart and bolder in her full rib, takes a nicer turn back into her flank. And I think also that 3/4 view, she's still the stouter one that's more genuine and honest in her muscle. Yeah, she's pushing a little chest and could be just a shot more attractive. I don't know that we've got enough here in the one in second to beat her, though. The heifer in second is probably just a little more genuine and honest in her flesh and condition. I like that about her. She's got some added length of body and length of hip. Up front, though, that heifer gets not quite as attractive as I'd like her to be in her head and her neck. I'm more comfortable leaving her there in second, particularly when she could be squared up just a little bit from her hock to the ground. Nice duo. Congratulations to those two exhibitors.
Results in Class 2406, Spring Yearling Heifers born March 1st, April 30th of 2024. First place goes to entry 1665. That's PKL DSUL Lottie 411M ET, exhibited by Sarah Mead of Aurora, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 5214. The animal's name is Betty, exhibited by Trig Argo of Marysville, Kansas. Coming in the ring now, we've got Class 2408. These are junior yearling heifers born January 1st to February 28th of 2024. Results from our breeding heifer jackpot show on the north side of the arena. First place in Class 4 goes to Casey Meyer. Second place to Cade Hogan. Third place to Cisco Brothers Cattle Company. Fourth place to High Five Cattle Company. Fifth place to LZ Farms. Sixth place to Caden or Tristan Cisco. And seventh place to Thompson's. In the ring now, we're bringing Class 5 of our breeding heifer jackpot show. Class 5. In the last class, we'll bring back 2. Actually, we're going to bring back 3 from that last class. 3 of them.
Let's just talk about them real quick, just for my own sake, honestly, as much as anybody. Both of these two young ladies bring a heifer to the show with intent to win the whole thing, and that's the level that these two are at. I think they're both very nice. Just talking about them, young lady on my left, the structure advantage lies in her favor. I think that one floats a little more effortlessly off of both ends. I think that one's particularly more flexible in her hock and rear pastern. I think that one just takes a really, really long and correct stride. I like just the length and extension that she offers in that regard. She's a little more my speed in terms of being just a shot bigger all the way through. A little more my speed in terms of her head size and shape matching the rest of her body. I think that one's fantastic in terms of the depth of her heart and a turn back into her flank. She has enough muscle, but she's nowhere near the stoutness and power of the one on my right. Good things though, phenomenal balance, phenomenal build, eye appealing, attractive. Young lady here in the red, as we talk about this heifer, one that is absolutely the densest animal that we have seen so far today. And to be that true in her full rib and her heart, and that good in terms of her muscle pattern, and still look like that stopped. She's one of the more unique ones I've seen in a while in that regard. She has an absolutely massive top and a huge pin set. That one's extra dimensional across her stifle, so true to the ground. And then, man, look at how smooth her shoulder lays into her in relation to how she transitions into that full rib. She too's fantastic in terms of her heart and her flank. I just love the way that one's proportions are. You know, for me, and it just seems like a minor thing that's not honestly that relevant when you just turn them out and they're cows, but we get them in here to this caliber. Her head is just a little bit big and mature for me in relation to the rest of her body. It's just a little bit distracting. More importantly, I don't know that one flexes quite as good off of her rear too. Her length of stride is fine, but it's just a little more rigid and it's just kind of a permanent set there in her hock. I don't know that she's quite just as just flexible as she goes. She's super, super fresh, incredibly unique in how she puts everything together. This one is just so sound and so good. I don't got a problem with either one. Decide which one you'd like. I would just be absolutely thrilled to own them both. I'd be absolutely thrilled for my kids to have a chance to show either one of them. That's the level that I think they're at. One of them's just a little bit more my speed on her feet and legs. Young lady, you're going to win this class. Young lady, you're going to be second. But those two are exceptional. I like them a great deal. Young lady that comes out into third, this is the highest quality and best third place heifer that we've seen so far today, which, you know, you take that as a compliment or not. I like that one's natural performance, stoutness, power, width, rib, dimension, just a little rigid off of both ends, and honestly probably ranks fourth in terms of structure. The Islander that's going to round out the class is a quality female, and honestly, probably better than the one in third in terms of length of stride and freedom of movement. She's a little long and slender in her toe size for me, giving up some just in terms of performance and just raw muscle, but a good class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
In your simmental show, results from Class 2408 Junior Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 2148. That's BMW Dolly 206 MET, exhibited by Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 3672 Dual Margot 400M, exhibited by Ryan Carlson of Julesburg, Colorado. Third place, entry 2267 RUBL Greta 402M, exhibited by Brenna Benish of Pierce, Nebraska. And fourth to entry 803 MES Amazing Anja, exhibited by Brianna Brown of Pleasanton, Nebraska. Coming in next, we'll have Class 2410 Senior Yearling Heifers born September 1st to December 31st.
Nice single entry here, a red heifer just out here by herself, but I like that one in terms of length from hooks to pins, the set of her hock and pastern, the natural circumference of bone that she offers, and still comes with a lot of muscle. You know, coming off of those two, that heifer could be just a shot more stylish and eye-appealing and probably a little softer in the center part of her body, but a nice class winner. Congratulations to the young man.
Results from Class 2410 Senior Yearling Heifers born September 1st to December 31st. First place goes to entry 3461 SEPT Red Velvet Martini L328, exhibited by Bo Gottschall of Stewart, Nebraska. Coming in next, we'll have our cow-calf pair class. And this is our other registered breeds division in our junior breeding livestock heifer show.
Back over here, we've got a nice red cow-calf pair. Really cow doing a great job with this heifer, a January heifer there that, man, she's got a bright future ahead of her. A lot of performance, length of body, really nice in her rib and hind leg. Cow's got a good udder structure as well, set right in her teats and really square in its structure. Nice cow. Congratulations to those exhibitors on doing a great job.
Results in your other registered breeds in our south side of the arena. First place in our cow-calf pair class goes to entry 4548. That is SEPT Ginger Snap Martini K290, exhibited by Tegan Butterfield of Atkinson, Nebraska. We'll now bring in our first and seconds from each of those previous classes, and we'll be selecting our grand and reserve champion other registered breeds. On the north side of our arena, in our jackpot breeding heifer class, class 5, first place goes to Dean Volk, second place to Casey Meyer, third place to Thompson, fourth place to Christo Cattle, and fifth place to Taylor Luking. In the ring now, in our north side of the class, or north side of the ring, we've got class number 6. In that last class, we'll be bringing back 2 calves for our champion breeding heifer showdown.
As we get out here to select for champion in this division, a nice lineup, I think, for sure. And kids doing a really good job, especially getting a little later in the evening and cattle enjoying the cooler temps. But congratulations to all these exhibitors for making it this far. But there's a pair of them, in my opinion, that stay together. These 2 young ladies that came out of that real tough class, they'll be grand in reserve. Congratulations.
Your champion, other registered breeds, goes to entry 2148, BMW Dolly 206M ET, exhibited by Hadley Dunklow of Wayne, Nebraska. Second place, a reserve grand champion, goes to entry 3672, Dual Margot 400M, exhibited by Ryan Carlson of Julesburg, Colorado. Coming up next, in the south side of our arena, we've got our other registered breeds Composite Junior Breeding Heifer Show. First class in will be class 2400 junior heifer calves born January 1st, 2025 and after.
Just a single entry here to start our next division. I think a white heifer that certainly could have withstood a lot of competition. I think it's got a bright future ahead of her. A heifer that's attractive about her head and neck and where she ties that in at the top part of her shoulder. And then she comes back with more than enough stoutness and power. She's good in terms of dimension out through her hip and across her stifle. Set right in her hock and pasture and very nicely presented as well. Congratulations to the young lady on a good class winner.
Results from Class 2400 in your junior heifer calf class. First place goes to entry 1667. That is THCC Miss Ivory 226N, exhibited by Sarah Mead of Aurora, Nebraska. Coming in next will be Class 2404, summer yearling heifers born May 1st to August 31st of 2024.
Back over here with our black and white heifer in the center of the ring. Really, really neat to be that long and clean in her front end, and yet that stout and powerful, really dimensional out through her hip and her stifle. You know, maybe I'd like to change the shape of those front feet just a little bit, but man, a stout and powerful one that's still really good looking. Congratulations to the young lady on doing a nice job.
Results in our other registered breed composite show. Class 2404, summer yearling heifers. First place goes to entry 1828. That's Miss Annie, exhibited by Melander Livestock of Belgrade, Nebraska. Coming in next, we've got Class 2406, spring yearling heifers born March 1st to April 30th of 2024. In our breeding heifer jackpot show on the north side of the arena, from Class 6, first place goes to Christo Cattle Company. Second place to Blakely Cats. Third place to NP Cattle Co. Fourth place to LZ Farms. And fifth place to Nick Hansen. We'll be bringing 3 of those back. Need to bring 3 of those back for the Breeding Heifer Showdown. In the north side of our arena in our jackpot show, we're now evaluating all of the callbacks from the individual classes. What these people are competing for is a breakout of prices. The champion will receive $1,000. The reserve champion will receive $750. Third place will get $500. Fourth place $300. Fifth place $200. Sixth place $150. Seventh place $100. And eighth place $75. So as you can see, there's a pretty good jackpot to go for here. And that's what each of these exhibitors is planning to try to get, is that piece of that $1,000.
Back over here in our heifer ring, I think a really nice class that comes together pretty logically, in my opinion. I think the gray heifer's a pretty straightforward winner, I guess. The freshest as she comes to the ring for sure. The most style and eye appeal to go with that. And I think she's more than good enough in terms of her rib cage and muscle pattern. A very high quality female has also got the structural advantage. Young lady's definitely tougher than me out here with her bum knee leading her heifer around as well. Congratulations to her on doing a great job with the nice class winner. I think the heifer that comes out into second does some really good things. That one is probably the second best one structurally, just in terms of length of stride. I think she gets out of her front end in terms of the angle of her knee and the set, or the angle of her shoulder and the set of her knee, better than the one in second. I don't know that she stays within herself quite as well as that gray heifer that wins. Not quite as neat in about her head, neck, and chest either, but just in terms of performance and stoutness, length of body, and movement out of her front end, she needs to be second. This heifer that's going to come out into third, if we just evaluated the cattle on the standstill, she's good in terms of moderation of frame, added rib, fleshing ability. She too is one of the fresher presented cattle in this particular lineup. She's just a little rigid off of both ends. I'd like to see that heifer reach and flex and go with just a little more comfort off of either end, but a nicely presented heifer that offers a lot of good things. Heifer that's in fourth, we can best appreciate on the standstill as well. Neat and about her head and her neck, and ties that really high and correct on the upper part of her shoulder. She too's extra stout and good in her shape. That heifer's too small in her rear foot, particularly this right foot. She wants to roll that pastern outside, kind of open up front as well. I'm more comfortable with her where she stands. The most interesting one is kind of this white flanked heifer that comes out next. There's some pieces that are neat. She's clean in her throat, set right in her chest, attractive in her head, smooth shouldered, but I just don't know if there's enough heifer there when you take and study her back. Gets a little tight there in her heart and shallow into her flank. Just kind of throws off her balance. I'm more comfortable with her where she's at. The yellow heifer that's giving the young man fits here, man, if we're just going to talk about some performance, some stoutness and power, and some length of stride, we like her. For me, she's just a little too plain throughout. I need to see that heifer read with more style, more eye appeal, have a shot more presence. Similar for the young man's black heifer that's going to round out this class. Deep-sided and easy fleshing. Just wants to get a little high and tight in her top, and it gets a little outside herself as she goes. Good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results in Class 2406, Spring Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 5014, OCR MCF. Miss Charlie, 19M, exhibited by Charolais Simmental of Wymore, Nebraska. Second place, entry 4842, RJC Heartbreaker M492, exhibited by Tinley Luby of Staplehurst, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 3465, LIN Marjorie 448M, exhibited by Cooper Lindstrom of Elm Creek, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 2368, KKF Lucy 106M ET, exhibited by Jelnick Cattle Company of Osceola, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry 755, ODB Bazella 46M, exhibited by Claire Crissell of Chambers, Nebraska. Sixth place, entry 5313 SX3, Next Man Up 4001, exhibited by Caden Ditloff of Bradshaw, Nebraska. And seventh place, entry 1470 Gateway Miss Smiles M004, exhibited by Caden Holen of Pierce, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we've got junior yearling heifers born January 1st to February 28th of 2024.
I'm going to go ahead over here and on our bigger heifer side, young lady's black heifer, I think, wins this particular one. Certainly in terms of length of stride, comfort, and overall soundness, she's definitely the best. That one takes the longest reach off of both ends and is still the best in the center part of her body as well. You know, we could freshen her up just a little bit and have her a little more correct in her hip loin, but a good heifer to go ahead and lead off with. The young man's black and white one that's going to come out into second, there's a lot of heifer there. She's got a lot of natural performance, stoutness, length of body, all those things. She's big hipped and big stifled, but both of these two cattle in 2 and 3 need to be just a little bit sounder. That heifer wants to open up off of both ends, and I'd like her to just flex just a little more comfortably. Young man's black heifer that's going to round out this particular class, I like her in terms of her shape of rib and her muscle and power up high. She too's just a little too permanent and rigid off of either end, particularly in that rear hock and pastern. We could reconstruct and have her go more comfortably, but a good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results in Class 2408. First place goes to entry 2523, Nala, exhibited by Josie Wilson of North Platte, Nebraska. Second place, entry 3621, JFOG Pepper's Hot Investment, exhibited by Jet Fogarty of Walt Hill, Nebraska. And third place, entry 3771, exhibited by Lawson Gall of Clarkson, Nebraska.
Got a really nice single entry over here, a September heifer that certainly elevates a lot of quality. She'll be fun to bring back here just shortly, but a lot of balance and presence. Still pretty fresh at this stage of the game in her maturity pattern. I like their length of body and still strength at top line. She's got more than enough muscle and power and handles it very well as she circles the ring. Be fun to see her in just a second. Congratulations to the young man on a nice class winner.
First place in your senior yearling heifer class goes to entry 5227. That's WCCO Miss Cowgirl 3183L, exhibited by Ryan Brenner of Mapleton, Iowa. Coming in now, we'll have our cow-calf pair class in our other registered breeds composite junior breeding heifer division. And on the north side, it looks like we're a little more than halfway in picking our top breeding heifer jackpots. We'll be getting that list compiled here shortly, and we will announce the winners when we get the list.
Just a single entry cow-calf pair over here, but a cow that's doing a nice job. She's got a nice structure to her teats. I think a good size there. A cow that's sound structured and got a nice phenotype here from the side, and doing a good job with a February calf that's got a nice future ahead of her. Good shape, a rib, and muscle pattern as well. Congratulations to these two gentlemen on a nice class winner.
Your first place in your cow-calf pair class is entry 5213, Bella Luna, exhibited by Colt Argo of Marysville, Kansas. We'll now be bringing back our first and second place class winners in our other registered breed composite class. And we will be choosing our grand and reserve grand champion females in that division.
We get in here to what I believe is our final division of the day. A nice lineup. Kids that are still just absolutely hustling at this time of the day and brought a set of cattle they should certainly be proud of. When it comes to these in particular, I think we got a really, really good winner, and I think we got an awfully good reserve. But hats off to all of our kids in this particular division for doing a great job. Young lady here with the gray one's going to have our champion, and the young man with the red and white one will be reserved. Congratulations.
Results in your other registered breed composite junior breeding show. Your grand champion in that division goes to entry 5014, OCR MCF Miss Charolais 19M, exhibited by Charolais Simmentals of Wymore, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion in this division goes to entry 5227, WCCO Miss Cowgirl 3183L, exhibited by Ryan Brenner of Mapleton, Iowa. Now, we will be bringing back all of our champions from their respective breeds and the reserves, and we'll be picking a supreme champion overall in your junior livestock breeding heifer show. And we will pick our top 5. We will be picking top 5, but we're going to be picking our supreme and reserve and number 3, number 4, and number 5. So we'll be getting those cattle lined up here quickly. I think we're getting very, very close. Representing the Angus breed. Let me know when you guys are ready and we'll start announcing them in.
That's the only cap. Go to the next page.
We are going to start our Supreme Champion Drive and our Junior Breeding Heifer Show. Representing the Angus breed is Hadley Hartman and Reserve Addison Grolution. Representing the Charolais breed is Tristan Cisco. Representing the Balancer breed is Cole Brooks. Your Grand Champion Hereford was owned by Chesney Prince. Our maintainers being exhibited by Callie Tharp. Our Red Angus is being presented by Preston Hartman. Champion Shorthorn is exhibited by Cole Bruce. Percentage Simmental by Hayden Schroeder. Your Purebred Simmental exhibited by Briley Benish. Your other Purebreds exhibited by Hadley Dunklau. And your other registered breed Composite Juniors is represented or being shown by Charolais Simmentals of Wymore, Nebraska. Serving as our judge is Curtis Dubé of Belgrade, Montana. Curtis Dubit, sorry. He will be selecting our Supreme Champion and Reserve and the top 5 overall. So
Well, it's been a really good show with a lot of tremendous kids. If you would, let's go ahead and put our hands together and show them we appreciate their effort. It's been really fun from top to bottom. I think we start with our Angus and end up in our ORBs here down at the end, and just a lot of really good cattle have come through the ring today, and there's some different types and kinds out here, and that's all right. They won their respective breeds different ways, but most importantly, been fun to work with these kids all day. I think I'm not one for big speeches, but man, the show's run pretty smoothly all day. The cattle have come good. They've worked well. They've been on time. And so hats off, and want to commend the folks at the Nebraska State Fair and our ring help and announcers and everybody lining this show up. It's run smooth. It's been efficient. It's been fun. And so if you know and see these people, make sure to thank those that have made our show here this evening fast and efficient as it could possibly be. I think it's been very well run. And so congratulations to our show staff for putting on a fun event. It was almost real fun. I forgot my pants, and all I wore was a pair of shorts, and I was going to wear the same pair of shorts to go home tomorrow. Luckily, they got a Western store, and I went and grabbed these real quick. So it would have been fun for all of you, because I'd have been in my boots and my tie and my shorts, and that was just going to be what it was. But we didn't have to go through that for your sake, so that was good. So it's been a fun. I'll remember that forever as a very fun experience that we almost had here. But the other thing I'm going to remember forever, I think we've got a very good class, or a very good champion. Been comparing them to her all day. Young Ladies Angus is going to be our grand. Congratulations.
your Supreme Champion breeding female in the junior show, it goes to Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Congratulations. We'll be pulling in Addison Grote-Lucian's heifer. Or will we?
As we drop that reserve Angus in, I think she definitely upholds the level of quality and is one that we'll study as we work down the line. But I think there's one that's got to be reserved. Young lady circling her heifer right here will have reserve. Congratulations to her.
Your reserve Supreme goes to Hadley Dunklau with the other purebred registered breed. Congratulations. Now we'll be picking third, fourth, and fifth.
No reason to mess around. They were close in class. Young lady will be third. Congratulations.
Also from your other purebred breeds, third place overall goes to Ryan Carlson. Just to briefly mention a few, and I know we'll bring
we'll bring another second in here in a second. But I think this Charolais heifer's awfully nice. Really good on her feet and legs. A quality female to look at from the side. She won that division with ease and looks good out here. I like this Hereford, unique in terms of her stoutness of feature and power. Maybe, you can tell she's been standing a little longer than some, but man, I thought that one was really good structured in division. Has got a nice look about her. I think that red Angus is awfully good in terms of her feet and legs and cow value and presence. Immense amount of quality there. And then the young lady here with the black heifer that's extremely highly presented. So good on her feet and legs. Nothing to take away from the rest of them, but that's kind of the ones that I see in my mind. This one right here is going to be 4th overall. Congratulations.
From the Purebred simmental breed, 4th place overall goes to Briley Benish. Congratulations.
Bringing in the Jordan. It's Jordan. I typoed that.
As that young lady circles her stripe-faced one in, one more time, I just want to say thanks to the Nebraska State Fair. It's been fun. It's been a good show. Congratulations on hopefully what was a successful weekend and week. 5th overall is going to be the young lady with the Hereford. Congratulations to you.
And your 5th overall goes to Chesney Prince. Congratulations to all you juniors in the Supreme Drive here this evening. Thank you, guys. Now we'll be doing our showmanship competition. After photos, we'll take our Supreme Champion photos, and we'll start in on our showmanship. So over here on the north side in our jackpot breeding heifer show, winning $1,000 goes to Circle B Livestock. Your reserve champion earning $750 to Christo Cattle Company. 3rd place overall in the breeding heifer show. $500 prize goes to Kyle Martz. Winning 4th and $300 is Ryan Carlson. Winning 5th place and $200 is Casey Meyer. 6th place, winning $150 is Cade Hogan. 7th place, winning $100 is Cisco Brothers. And 8th place, winning $75 is Blakely Katz. Congratulations to all you in the breeding heifer jackpot show. And we'll be working on getting all the market calves up here for the market division. So we still got a lot going on here at the Nebraska State Fair this evening. We'll have junior breeding showmanship on the south side of the arena and the market jackpot show on the north side of the arena. Stay tuned. It's getting good. On the north side of the arena, we are starting our feeder heifer classes, and then we'll move into the feeder steer classes. This will be class 1 of the feeder heifers. Results from Class 1 in the feeder heifer class. First place goes to Young Show Cattle. Second place to J-Bar T Benish Cattle. And third place to Callan Vote. We will bring one calf back from that class. We're now bringing in our second class of feeder heifers.
We're going to keep back these four young folks here against the rail, and just a tremendous lineup like we talked about in the Grand Drive. I mean, an outstanding group of kids have come through here all day long, and we've got to watch them kind of several times, some of them just once, others, but don't let the speed in which I keep these four distract from the quality of the young folks that are here against the rail, because they're doing a tremendous job. Looks like we might have several flights, so we'll try to prevent getting too many out here for the Grand Drive. But congratulations to each and every one of these kids on doing a job well done. We'll bring these four back here in just a minute. Congratulations to everyone.
In your feeder heifer class, Class 3, first place goes to Beamer Cattle Company, second to Taylor Luking, third to Young Show Cattle, and fourth to Emily Yao. They're going to bring back bringing back two calves from that last class.
Going to go ahead and keep back 5 from this particular flight. I do think all 5 of them are very deserving. We'll excuse these young folks against the rail. This young lady is doing a very good job. She just doesn't have the best dancing partner at this particular moment. But again, congratulations to all of our kids. We'll bring these 5 back. Congratulations. Just an outstanding lineup of showmen out here, and decided to keep end up with 11 here, and kind of we do have them placed over here. I think I'm competitive by nature, so I'd like to know where I stand all the way along, and so they are placed back here. But congratulations to every one of our showmen just simply for coming out and doing it. I think showmanship's important, and especially, these heifers are tired, they're worn out, it's late in the evening, and so commend the kids for hustling and doing a great job. I think each and every one of these kids is an outstanding showman. We've got different ages in here, and some that are getting towards the end, some that still got a long ways, but I'd have any of these kids show for us. I think every one of them is extremely talented. These two young ladies, however, I think are just absolutely tremendous. I like them both a great deal. I do really like an intense showman. Some people like really calm. Some people like really intense. There is one young lady in particular. She's one of them that when she looks at you right there in the waiting area, she's here for business. We try to work on that at home. I'm big on that. You get in these real big shows, and man, you got to act like you're here for business. These two young ladies are both outstanding. But this young lady right here is my speed. She's going to be our champion. Young lady here will be reserved. Congratulations.
Your champion junior showman goes to Kinsley Bremer. Reserve champion goes to Addison Grolution. Third overall goes to Ryan Brenner. Fourth overall goes to Hadley Hartman. And fifth overall goes to Oakley Dorsey. Congratulations to all of our junior breeding cattle show exhibitors. Thank you, guys.